Peace and blessings, family. This is your brother, asarimhotep, with the Martin Delaney Center for Egyptology. And today is Umoja, Sunday, October the 30th, 2022. And this is an open forum, question and answer. So whatever is on your mind regarding relevant topics, join the panel. And I will post the link in just a little while. So we'll be back with all that and more in just a moment. And we are back. Peace and blessings to each and every one of you who are joining us live on Facebook and on YouTube. We're not streaming on Twitter at the moment, but those of you who are on Twitter have been informed, and hopefully y'all are joining us live on YouTube as well. And so, as always, I'd like to start off the conversation with showing love and respect to those who have made themselves known in the chat. And I see we have Edward Nigma, 9x9 is in the building, and our good brother, Ini Herrick Kalfani, who says, welcome in peace, life, prosperity, and health, family. And I want to send that to each and every one of you, and big ups and respect to Sister Tamika One in the building, who is also reminding you to thumb up the video because we want to disrupt this YouTube space and, you know, with some good quality information. So that would be very much appreciated. And this looks like a South African name, and I'm not going to try to murder it. I'm going to try to murder it. Kagatelopele Makua or Makwa. I know I done messed that all up, but I'm going to be practicing. So regardless, big up and respects to you for joining the conversation. And Coma, the Jed is in the building. Truth to Power Millions is in the building, and Donnie C is in the building. So peace and blessings to each and every one of you all. And as I stated at the top of this conversation, that this is a Q&A and or open forum discussion. So that means you can join in on the conversation. So if you want to join the panel, you can click this link. Boom. So it should show up on the asarimhotep Facebook page, public Facebook page, as well as, of course, the YouTube. And on YouTube, I now have to pin it. So I'm going to pin this conversation. So if you don't see it at the bottom, it should be pinned to the top as of right now. So love and light. We have Coma the Jed in the building. Peace and blessings, good brother.
Peace and blessings, Asari. You don't know. Respect.
Respect. Thank you for joining. And hold on, before I get into your comment or question, I want to say peace and light. Let me change this because that's not big enough. how do I change that again? Go back to the bubbles. I think that'd be good. Classic. Bubble. Classic. I'm going to go classic tonight. So we're going to go with the classic comments. So Fire Light and Tist is in the building. So peace and blessings to you. And Teti Ursa Ma'at Ra Seneferu is in the building. So love and light to both of you all. And thank you for joining. So peace, Brother Dejed. Brother Dejed. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm glad to see you come online, Asar, because I know you received my email where I was asking you about the etymology of Athena, and
yes.
due to what we were saying, I say I would wait until I see you online to ask you in person, because I think when within the text I was sending you, I don't know, I feel it had some kind of miscommunication going on. So I feel like I would have better off asking you in person. You know what I mean?
Yes. So if I'm going in my email right now, so I can kind of remember exactly what I said. So to give a little context to those of you who are listening, our good brother sent me an email asking about the etymology of the name Athena, and more specifically based upon the hypothesis of the late Dr. Martin Bernal, who in his Black Athena text, argued that the name Athena emerged from an ancient Egyptian phrase of het neat. And so the conversation kind of builds from that. And am I correct in recalling the nature of the conversation?
Yeah, that's it basically. But the part where I wasn't connecting it dots correct, like, because I asked you about the hoot neat, and then I was relating it to, like, recently they was talking about Atribus and how Atribus is derived from the Egyptian phrase hut eri ib also, right? So then the hut part, it was seeming to me that when they transcribing into Greek, that they would put ATH as the let's say the equivalent of hut, then in like how, and you could see that in Athribus. So then I was asking you, like, the Athena, and then you was bringing up, like, the first T be getting dropped when they talking about hut capita and certain things. But although the T is dropped in hut capita, I see in, like, it's pretty, like, it I was more pointing towards Athribus as like the comparison for the Athena reasoning, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes. And let me see. I'm trying to pull up hold on one second. I'm trying to pull up so that I can share the Black Athena text.
Okay.
So I just gotta. So boom. And so I gotta remember what. So I pulled up the email. So on 26 to 27, let me go to that page so I can kind of be clear. Like something like this, I would eventually have to like even make a presentation, it would seem, to kind of clarify. Uh, um, hold on, let me see what y'all forgive me. He said this is on page 26, right? See, the only and I have to preface it with this because I was responding, but at the same time, I'm trying to give indications that um, that this will take uh, a bit of explaining, and I would have to come back and do some work as well, for this simple reason that Martin Bernal is he's familiar with linguistics, and he was initially an expert in Japanese language and history, and got into classics, right? um and so when he started learning about, for example, the ancient Egyptian language, and remember that his grandfather, I think, was it Flanders Petrie?
Mm-hmm.
So he had access to some things, right? But when he came into this space, he uh, he was learning primarily the Greenbergian way of the study of African linguistics, right? And please, peace to if I'm saying this right, Ibaka, for joining the panel. Your
Peace,
mic is muted.
peace,
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 peace.
brother, peace.
All right. We'll come to you in just a moment. All right, and thank you for joining the panel. And so Sadiq said it was Gardner, was his grandfather. Yeah, I knew it was one of them. So, and from what I hear, because matter of fact, him and Dr. Shamarka Keita, were close colleagues when he was living, and Martin Bernal came from some money, and and that's what I'm saying. He had access to some things, but because he comes from the Greenberg school, his proposals may be good for like an initial inquiry, but because he does not use the comparative method, he, you'll have to do the work yourself. And so that's why I'm like, I have to see, because I'll have to go and do the work myself. And so, I wasn't too concerned. Like, I don't look to Martin Bernal as I don't look to Martin Bernal for linguistic arguments because he's from that Greenberg school. I'll note his hypotheses, and then I have to go behind him and do the work myself, because there's a process in which you have to see what words, because he's arguing it's a borrowing from ancient Egyptian. So we have to see what the the scholars who have looked at this before have agreed on are actual borrowings from the ancient Egyptian language. So we look at that, we look at some patterns, and we see how the ancient Greeks transcribed ancient Egyptian words. And then we kind of closely analyze them in terms of, if they didn't have an ancient Egyptian sound, what was the closest thing in their language, in the ancient Greek language, and what did they use to substitute for it? And we show a pattern of this, and then we can go back into the historical and cultural analysis for which Bernal was making his initial arguments. And so if you can see the screen, this is what I was showing you from the first part where he says maybe I can increase this a bit. The final chapter is on Athens. Previously, I have derived the name of the city and its goddess Athena from Het-Net, the temple or city of the Egyptian goddess known to the Greeks as Neith. And so like this is something that we have to pay attention to as well, this long E. And we'll get back to that later. The one serious phonetic problem with this derivation was the length of the middle vowel in Athene. In response to critics who have noted this, I have changed the proposed Egyptian etymon, Het-Net, to the equally attested forms Het-Neter-Net or Het-Neter-Net, temple or city of Neith. These were variant names of what was known in secular terms as Sais, which Plato saw to be the sister of Athens. So this is at the beginning of the text, and he's just kind of outlining the text. So when I cited this, I just wanted to make you aware that because you mentioned in your email the book Black Spark and White Fire, Did African Explorers Civilize Ancient Europe by Richard Poe. And so when the author was citing Bernal on that point on Het-Net,
he was citing the older argument.
Exactly. So he was citing from the first book. So when I responded, I was like, well, you need to be aware that the third book, so this is the third book here of Black Athena, the Linguistic Arguments, right? So it was a total of 4 volumes of Black Athena that people need to be aware of. There was Black Athena Volume 1, and then Black Athena Volume 2, but then there was another book, Black Athena Responds or Argues Back or something like that. And then the fourth, which is, but actually technically the third in the series, is Volume 3, The Linguistic Evidence. So, this whole text is dedicated to the linguistics, of it. And so now I'm saying that now I need to see, because I haven't read this book in so long that I have to reread that last chapter to see how what linguistic arguments he was making to account for Het-Neter-Net being Athena. So, because I'm trying to see, like, it's possible that let's look at this term. Let me pause this share real quick, and let me share my so this is the email that I sent you, right? So these are the terms here, and let me put it down here, and let me blow it up a bit so that we can all see. So these are the let me just put this on a separate line. his new argument there. So, you know, in the same way, you was also saying, was it hit? You know, Erie Ib for Ribis, right? So this hoot, or sometimes it'll have the W, sometimes it won't. So when you see it like this, these are essentially the same words. It's dealing with a place. So in this case, and again, I have to read the chapter. So this is a an uninformed hypothesis that I'm giving you, right? So, but now that still wouldn't work because I'm trying to see like how because like what I was gonna, well, because in many of the ancient Egyptian words by the time of the New Kingdom, going into Greek times, words that ended with R, the R became an I or an E. So matter of fact, when you say the word netter in Coptic, it was nute. You see how the R disappeared, right? So taking the Q from, like, you know, for example, you know, the het ka ta, right? And let me just use a transliteration font, right? So the het ka pata, and it becomes Egyptus, right? And so the T is dropped, and this H becomes this diphthong, right? And we would expect the same thing here. The T is dropped. The R is dropped, because by this time they're not saying netter, they're saying nute. And so the T will become the TH. But then we have to account for the knit here in terms of Athena, if we're making the argument for Athena. So we can account for the loss of these two, since this is common by that time. And we have, you know, proof via the het ka pata one, right? But then we would have to account for this T. Was this T, you know, seen as a was this lost? Is he arguing that this was lost too?
Yeah, he said that the terminal T was dropped off at the end.
All right. So, you know, this would make sense if because then well, let me see. But now it would make, because you still got to account for this end.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? So, like, if it was just het netter,
Mm-hmm.
then I can kind of see, but you would have to argue that the T remained.
Yeah, well, that's what I was bringing up in our conversation. When we see anything het capita, the T does kind of go, but when it's hit iri ib, you still get the ATH at the start to get ath, thribus, the ath part in the start of the word now.
Exactly. So that's why I was saying, like, you know, I just didn't have time because I'm working on 2 journal articles right now. Matter of fact, I just finished taking a test and decided, as a celebration of finishing the test, I'll do a show. And so I haven't been able to go and look at it, because I would have to read and see if he even really makes a linguistic argument. And I remember kind of looking at, just kind of glancing through, and I don't think he even started off the chapter, really with any linguistic arguments. He was kind of making historical arguments and hoping that it would kind of join into the linguistic thing. So that's something, and I can send you, so you can read and follow up on yourself. I can send you this text.
Well, I would be glad to get it volume 3. Volume 3.
So I'll reply and send you that text. It's a very good text regardless. It's just, because he used the Greenberg method primarily to make his arguments, you kind of have to kind of go behind him.
Double check, cross the T's and dot the I's. Well, I didn't want to take too long with my question, right? So you want to check what the brother Ibaka come to ask you.
All right, no problem. Peace and blessings, Ibaka.
Hey, peace. Excuse the non-camera appearance. I'm a real person, obviously. Yeah. I have hit a wall in my research, and I'm studying Gabonese history.
Okay. And you said Japanese or
Gabon,
West Central Gabonese. Okay.
Yeah, West Central Africa, and I'm hitting the wall because a lot of the source material that I do have are found in English. It's very limited, and it's a francophone speaking country, and most of the source material is going to be in French and also Portuguese. Now, I was able to translate a few French text, but I'm hitting a wall in this regard where I'm not able to find source material due to not knowing titles, within the French language, not knowing what to type in or whatnot. Is there a resource or a maybe a library generator that can help? Do you know anything about that?
Well, I know I have some text that I can share with you. A few of them is in English, but as you said, most of them is going to be in those other 2 languages. And so, there's like colonial rule and crisis in Equatorial Africa, Southern Gabon, 1850 to 1940, Gabon, and that was released in 2002. And then Gabon Beyond the Colonial Legacy. I have a dictionary, a historical dictionary of Gabon, but everything else, for the most part, is going to be Portuguese or French, and a lot dealing with like when this Van der Veen text, Le Bantu Zivaya, it's in French. Is Language and Traditional Society is a subtitle. There's, The Modern Sovereign. This is in French too. The Body and Power of Central Africa, Congo, and Gabon. Oral Traditions and Archives of Gabon, a contribution to the ethno-history, is in French too. So I have some text.
Say that last one again. I'm writing it down. Say that last one.
It is, let me just make a banner real quick. Oh, let me stop sharing this screen. Do you see it on the bottom?
Let me get back into the screen. Yes, I see it. I'm gonna write that down. Yeah, I mean it's real hard because a lot of the books that you, especially the historical dictionary, I have that, via Kindle. It just sucks that, you know, a lot of the main sources is in, you know, French and Portuguese, and I'm just trying to figure out how to look up French work, right? Because I don't speak work. I mean, I don't speak French, so it's hard for me to come up with ideas, you know, in French to even type in or anything like that.
I mean, well, the the one word is going to come up, of course, is Gabon.
Right. Right.
So, but I also have a text in PDF, Wisdom and Initiation in Gabon. That's in English, a philosophical analysis of Fong tales, myths,
the
and
Fong,
legends.
yeah.
You have that one?
Yeah, I have that one, yes, sir.
And Nation Building on the Ogu, Gabon.
Oh, I need that one. I don't have that one.
All right. And Women Writers of Gabon Literature and Her Story. Again, I'll see what I do is, you know, sometimes I don't know how I well, I know how I find works because a lot of times when I'm reading either that work like that's in French or I'm reading an English work, I'm always looking at the citations.
Yes.
That's really what I do. It's just I just kind of look into the bibliography and the citations, and it just kind of leads me to other works. You know, and unless I know like authors personally who, you know, kind of recommend some things. So, you know, these text ideas come from a variety of sources, but the primary way is, you know, looking at the bibliography of the texts that I'm currently reading. And then when I get those texts, of course, it opens me up to more texts. Or if I just happen to be searching online for, you know, a different topic, sometimes like an article, like a journal article or a blog or something will come up, and then that leads me to certain sources.
Yes.
So I really don't have like a one method, you know.
Okay.
And so it really just kind of depends. And then, you know, I spend time in libraries. So like I don't know where you're located, but for example,
Los Angeles, brother. Yep.
All right. So, you know, I just, you know, like let me share my screen. I'm gonna go to University of Penn Museum. Right. So let me share my screen. I'll just visit different libraries, even if I'm not in the same city. Like I'll search Yale Library. That's in Jersey. And if I can't find something near, I'll drive to Jersey to look at a book. And so, you know, just a little simple library search. That's you know, whatever universities, whether you're talking about UCLA and Berkeley, or, you know, whatever, you know, university that's within your reach, you know, just go to the catalog section. I just type in Gabon, right? It's going to give me all books, all articles, and anything with Gabon in it. And, you know, so on the left it's giving me 1,134 results, and, you know, all kinds of text with Gabon. Then in the center are articles here and some other kind of news. But that's how I learn some things as well, stuff that I may not have thought. I just search the libraries, and then let's just, you know, look for this, right? So again, because Gabon, it's just a general search. Unless I'm looking for something specific, it'll narrow it down. But if I just have time and go through this, like if I just increase economic diversification and equalization, right?
Yes.
So it'll tell me it's a book. Well, this isn't in their ebook, so you would have to actually attend the university to be able to get access to that. Let me find something that's not an open access text, right? So gosh darn. So they hit me with all the open access, but they ain't gonna give me no open access because I don't attend. But if it was in the physical library, it'll tell you where it's located in the library. You can go and read, you know. But that's really it. It's really not that you know.
Yeah, because that's that's something where yeah, that's the wall I'm hitting, right? Is exactly what you're doing right now. If you don't attend a certain school, it's hard to gain access to it. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and hit up some libraries that I haven't hit up and see what they talking about. Man, I had my other question escaped me. Hold on. French. All right, yeah. So, do you sometimes find like for instance, if you're looking into other language, historical works or scientific works, do you find yourself sometimes like being restricted? Because oftentimes when I'm looking up certain sources or whatnot, like for instance Google, right? Like I'll put in the source, and then it will have like two web pages, and then the rest is like we cannot find it or something like that. But it's like it exists, but like how do I go around that?
Hey, that's just part of the game.
Yeah,
we all run into that.
Okay,
we'll get a title and then we do like a Google search. Again, that's why the libraries are your friend. You gotta get you like 5 core libraries in your area,
right?
That you just can get comfortable with, that you have access to, and type in to see if those texts are in the libraries. Because and I stress library searches because everything isn't online.
Yeah.
And so even if you know that the title exists, either somebody hasn't made a PDF version of it or it just doesn't exist. You just got to go touch the text, or you could just buy the text. I like to buy my text so that I have it, depending on how important the subject is and how valuable the text is, that I have it right there, in my library. But again, so I guess which kind of should have been the first question is, what is the reason that you're focused on Gabon, and what are you particularly? Are you writing something, researching, or just for personal enjoyment?
It's a mixture of all of them. I got interested in Gabon when I had got my DNA test back, a couple years back, and I've been working with a village in Makoko, northeast Gabon, and the Bakota tribe, and so I'm dealing with them. We're going to be we're helping to facilitate well drilling out there in that region, so they can have fresh water. But one of the things is that there's obviously a cultural difference, and I'm immersing myself within that culture, right? And I want to be able to learn as much as I can, teach as much as I can, and benefit them as much as I can. So I'm really working on that. I'm also writing a manuscript of Bakota poems, Bakota proverbs, maxims, and things like that. And I'm working with the natives out there A couple hours ago, I just got off the phone or Zoom meeting with all of them, and we just had a good time. So, but I really appreciate this opportunity to ask these questions.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. And matter of fact, if you don't have my email address, and I thought I had a banner of it already, but let me just create one. Hit me up and make sure that you kind of put in the subject line, like Gabon resources or something like that.
Yes,
I
sir.
will. This is my email address. I will send you a. It's probably going to be a we send it link.
Okay.
And so this allows me to send something over, whatever, 25 megabytes or whatever. And I'll create two folders. So one will have the French documents. The other one will have the English documents. And you can kind of go from there. So even if you don't necessarily understand the French, hopefully like key points you can just probably even type in and in like a Google Translate or something like that. And
right.
And if you serious, I can also kind of upload. Let me pause his mic real quick. I can also upload it'll be a separate one, the levels 1, 2, and 3 of Penciler's French. And it's just nothing but audio files. You practice 30 minutes a day.
Oh, yeah. My wife had got that, man. I'm gonna get on it. I got that.
All right. No problem.
Yeah.
And believe me, it helps. And give yourself three. If you dedicate it like every day, give yourself 3 or 4 months. You'll be in the text. And you can go from there. But yeah, just send me an email address and I got you.
All right, man. Hey, appreciate you, man. Forum. I'm gonna email you right now, but I'm gonna continue watching, but I'm gonna email you right now, and then I'll message you on Messenger and also let you know that I emailed you. So, man, peace to everybody. Peace to you,
Hey,
brother.
don't leave yet, bro. Hold on. What's up, bro?
What's going down? Who that?
You know who this is, right? Oh,
what's going on, bro? What's going on?
What's up? I saw you was over here. I'm like, let me say what's up to you again.
Hey, man, how you doing, man? Hey, man, this is a good platform. I'm glad you're on here, man. This is a real good platform, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Indeed. All right.
All right, man.
He my OG, so I had to come on here.
All right, man. Hey, I'm gonna let Brother Sar get back to work, man. Hey, we gonna talk off of this later. All right, brother.
All right.
All right, man. Peace.
Hey, peace. Thank you for coming on.
Sir, I got a. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I got a question for you.
All righty.
So, how do future Black scholars become scholar activists?
Well, I have this phrase called a make historian. And, I have this I have this belief that, and this is really kind of part of the Afrocentric Africology paradigm regardless. And so in Africology, the argument is that we don't study simply for knowledge's sake. The point is to study so that we can develop solutions and improve the lives of African people, right? And so it really kind of boils down to, if off the top of my head, maybe two things. First is a love and, well, I guess three things. The first is a love and passion for African people. Two is the will to serve African people. And then three, the development of the skill set of deep and informed research, so that you know the history, you know all the nuances in how best to serve. And so, you know, those three things kind of have to be present. So, you know, again, it really just kind of depends on where you go. I know when I was at the University of Houston, you know, the head of the African American Studies program was the late Dr. James L. Conyers Jr. And, you know, he comes from the Temple School. And so, you know, this is the home of Africology here in Philadelphia. And so it was just always kind of embedded in us that, you know, you are learning this information so that you can be a more informed activist, that you're doing this to get this information to be able to improve the lives of African people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you know, one step could be to try to find these programs if you're in a university setting, right? That you can get this information, because you got to keep in mind that everybody, regardless if they have a love for Black and African people, you know, whether you believe in this or not, the people have an innate purpose or plan for their life, right? So some of them may want to do activism in the context of law. Some may want to do it in the context of art. Some may want to do it in the context of business. Some may want to do it in the context of politics. And so their study is kind of going to be framed in their interest, right?
Right.
So I can't really, you know, develop a kind of one size fits all, but regardless, whatever field you go into, whether it's in medicine, you know, in reporting, you may want to deal with, you know, being able to bring, you know, more relevant news, right? Or technology, you may want to create applications that disseminate information, you know, outside of the dominant mainstream, you know, media news services. And, you know, the whole conversation of Kanye West, for example, brings to mind the importance of an African-centered person who is also very tech savvy and a coder, and you need a team that can create these applications and technologies where if somebody, you know, such as yourself, is very outspoken and you get deplatformed on Twitter and the like, that you still have a space to disseminate information or a method to disseminate information. Like, that's a form of activism and resistance,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it's really kind of developing the mindset, and then, you know, seeing how you can use that information and how best to utilize your talents to serve in that capacity.
That makes sense. So what you're saying is we all have a lane
Yes,
that we can take and that's useful.
exactly. So you kind of have to know what your passions are, kind of know yourself. There's some general information that's going to be good for all of us to know. That's why we bring in the history and the Black first and things like that. But there's going to be a point where your interest is going to narrow.
Mm-hmm.
And so so it is the love, the knowing yourself, and what your skill set is, the love of Black people, and then of course the research methods, and developing the skill set to be able to navigate in these academic spaces in text, so that you can find the kind of information and to build up networks, right? Like you don't have to start from scratch. Like if you're in these spaces, to do just like what the brother did. So for instance, even though I am a tech cat and I can create my own social media network, but I'm using this platform here, I can, again, I do my own research and I can just do lectures and stuff all day, but that wouldn't necessarily serve, everyone. Sometimes you just got to have an open discussion and see what's on the mind of the people. And so now I become a resource for them and their interest, right? So the other brother who just came on says, I did my DNA test and it's going back to this region of Africa. So now I'm trying to find all that I can, regarding these people, its history and things. Do you have some information? I got a lot of information on Gabon. Central Africa, that's what I do. So now, he has access to what I have access to, and that's going to steer him in a certain way. So once he gets an idea of the history of Gabon and the languages and all of this other kind of stuff, he can find a way, given his skill and interest, to be able to utilize that information in a manner that serves African people in some capacity.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I get exactly like what you're saying, and like we have to use what we know to help people.
Yeah, there's an African proverb, I forgot where it's from specifically, but it says that when a snake jumps out at you from the forest, another variant says the bush, you throw at it whatever is in your hand. Right? You use what you got in your immediate vicinity to be able to attack the problem, right? And you can kind of flip that in a sense to kind of your first commentary about your own lane. Like I'm using what I know to be able to attack this problem. And if it was really has to happen ultimately is that we got to create an ecosystem where all of us who are doing stuff in our own lane, interact with each other, and we kind of attack the larger issues, in unison, going in the same direction.
And with you saying that we need to, all work together in the same direction.
It don't have to be. I'm sorry to cut you off. It don't have to be like all in unison, right? It's just we have to have the same goal. We just need to be in the same direction. So if we all agree, for example, that the end goal is African sovereignty and economics, we don't necessarily have to wait for everyone to be unified and then we go. You already know what the goal is. You just do what you've got to do in your lane, and then you go into that direction. I'm gonna do what I do in my lane and go in that direction. And then there may be some groups that can kind of unify in small pockets, but if we're waiting for everyone to be on board, we'll never get anything done. So we just need to agree on the destination, and then everybody, let's run, let's go.
Now, I want to pose this particular question to you because I was reading this. I generally like consider myself a intellectual, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what I tend to notice historically with a lot of our great intellectuals throughout history is a lot of them would rather, debate all day than do something. You know, they'll go back and forward over just anything, but but nothing would be done. So how do we like get past the ego and we just look at the goal itself?
In all honesty, how should I say? There's nothing you can do. Um, in my 40 plus years of living, I've come to realize that it ain't about them. It's about you. You are the only person you have control over. All you need to do is work on your character, develop yourself to the highest capacity in which you can, serve, and die. That's it. The more and more time you waste worrying about what other people are doing, the less time that you have to perfect your gifts and to bring about change in this world. Because you're stressing and getting anxiety off of people and stuff that you can't control. The only thing that you can do is be the best version of yourself in all areas of your life. The people that you impact will recognize this, and to a certain extent they will follow your lead in their life and what they need to do. That's all you can do. Now again, I'll be wanting all the smoke, so every now and then I'll start some stuff on the internet and then leave for a couple of months and then come back. That's just me. But in the interim, I'm getting stuff done, right? And not worried about, because you can't, right?
Right.
And it's all strategic what I do. It's not for nothing. But at the end of the day, you can't change anyone. All you can do is be an example and be a model. And you may not, we got to start thinking like think about it like this. When Malcolm X was living, and Martin Luther King was living, there were a few people that were down with them. And,
right.
But the children of the people of that era, people from, my time being born in the 80s and stuff, we're the ones who resurrected Malcolm X's name, Martin Luther King's name. Because we had no personal attachments. We just looked objectively at their contributions in their life, and it resonated with us. And we saw them as models in certain areas of life, right? And so think about if those two was trying to satisfy and please and change the minds of everybody at this time, like, we wouldn't have gotten the breadth and the wisdom and the examples, especially of sacrifice that these two gentlemen displayed in terms of character and the like. And so the point being is that it's not about you, and it's not about the folks who are living. What you're doing is setting up your grandchildren and the ones after them. You're laying foundations and erecting pillars for them to continue and to build the rest of the structure. And so this is why it's important for you to stay focused on your mission. Now, I know that you can't do it alone, so you're going to have to go out and get some help. And finding good help, is hard to find in all areas of life. But, you got to go through it. And regardless, the best way to get help is to be of help to others. Right. And again, let your character shine through in the final analysis. More people are willing to help and make sure that your vision, comes to light, because they can see how it will help their grandchildren and stuff down the line. So just first thing, be a person of good character, and then learn what you need to learn, do your service, and hopefully when you pass, the ancestors will welcome you and say, job well done. But trying to change these Negroes in these internet streets, hell no. You just gotta have to let them. And I know Baba Alan Flagg is probably listening out in Cali, and so he hates when I say this. When you gotta let folks grow old and die. So I'm trying to figure out a different way to say that, so I don't seem, condescending and wrong in my statements. But that's kind of how it has to be. It's all about you. Work on you, and build you, get you a solid core team, and y'all make history.
That's interesting that you said that, we should have a solid, core team and link up with people. Cause like, which person really has influenced like my scholarship and who's been like a profound influence on me?
Who is that?
Robin Walker.
Good brother.
Yes, he is like one of my like favorite people. Like I know him and everything. And he's the person who I always call on. Like, can you give me some info on Africa? He's always like, here you go.
Yeah, I mean, the information is meant to be shared. It's that's what we do. But yeah, it's there's no formula. We always got to be willing to adapt. But at the end of the day, we're going to have to really organize and create institutions and develop financial means to sustain that which we're doing, and to develop defense mechanisms as well. Because when you're trying to help Black folks, there's going to be a whole bunch of people, that are Black and other, who do not want to see you succeed. So they will defame your name. They will try to shut down your streams of income. They will try to break up relationships. You just don't know the extent of how foul and devious folks are, especially in this community. So you're going to have to learn how to have tough skin, and to be able to have in place these mechanisms to counter those things. Especially for those who, because they haven't gone through those
trials
and challenges, even on a scholastic tip, to be able to make arguments and the like. and you see how when they take it personally when you challenge an idea that they thought was sound and valid. And
Or
so,
even, I'm sorry.
no, go ahead.
Or even, I was listening to the great African American historian Gerald Horne.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure you're familiar with him. He was talking about how he gets a lot of, well, the person who mainly interviews him talked about how, you get a lot of flack and pushback from your books, right? Like, how do you feel about that? And you know what Dr. Horn said?
What do you say?
Sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt.
Yeah. My whole response is do better. If you got the juice, so to speak, you would do better. Your impact will be larger. See, this is how you know when you're doing God's work or not. Because, ancestors, the divine, the universe, whatever you want to, reference, it's going to open doors for you. It's going to provide information. You just don't know how many times, like, I'll have books that I forgot I had, and I'll just randomly open it, and it leads me to something that I've been searching for, right? Or in a conversation, or just reading something else, like dreams and visions about information that they're trying the spirit world is trying to make public and more known in certain areas, and how certain relationships, how certain people will feed me information, just because they are in agreement with, they may not even agree with my outcome, but they see something in me, and they're like, I know that he's going to do something with this information, and will just give me books, articles, stuff that's kind of hard to find and the like, or lead me to certain places, right? Give me pointers on how to get access to this and how to navigate in these spaces. Again, your character will will become very important in your journey.
That's very interesting. Like that your character would be very important. Um, ooh, I got another question.
Hold on, before you do that,
Yeah.
I'm gonna need everyone in the audience to that is right. Hit the like button and subscribe if you are not a subscriber to the channel, and make sure that you hit the bell so that you get the reminders. For those of you who are just joining us, this is an open forum, a question and answer show. So we don't have a targeted topic. So whatever is on your mind, any kind of questions, that's going on in the scholastic world or in the world in general that you want to ask and just get my opinion on, or you just want to, be in conversation, you can hit the link that is in the on the YouTube channel. It is going to be pinned to the top on the chat to join. You do not have to show your face. Your mic does have to work though. And I think on the Facebook, it should be in the comment section, the link. And just one announcement, well, kind of two announcements before we move forward. On this coming, is it Thursday? Let me see. when is November the 3rd? Yeah, this Thursday, I'm going to be interviewing at 10 in the morning Eastern Time a gentleman by the name of David Supple, who is an architect, and he is releasing a book titled The Power of Africa's Legacy in the Built Environment, subtitled Uniting a Fragmented Industry and Uplifting the World. So it should be out in November, and it's dealing with ancient Egyptian architecture and its influence on Greece and its arrival here in the United States. And so I believe he is in Florida. And so this will be a good discussion. So that's one announcement. And many of you know that if you see on the center of your screen, published a text by Dr. Chilemalema Mukinge titled Muntu wa Nzambi, a portrait of human as God's special creation. And that was released on last year in 2021. And we are teaming up again for another publication that's going to come out in the beginning of 2023. Still dealing with Chiluba spirituality and folk tales. And so this book is going to come and it's going to be in French, Chiluba, and in English. And so, the title, I forgot what the title is that he told me, but we're just in the beginning phases of that. So big things are going, as they would say. And what was I want to address this first because it's way up here, and it's I don't know if it says Chaos Theory Rules asked. It says, as a prolific writer, you should do a seminar on writing and meeting goals and deadlines. Yeah, that'll be a good idea. And quite a few people have asked, how do I get a lot of this done in terms of writing? And I would say a miracle in certain circumstances, but I think that's something that can be organized. So I appreciate your question. And so, yeah, you were about to ask or say something?
Yes, I have I want to pose this question because it seems that now recently you've gotten a lot of flack for this.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, I remember when you said, now keep in mind, I'm not a linguist. I consider myself a future historian, about to graduate with my bachelor's in a few months.
Right.
But okay, you said that there is no such thing as, the Afro-asiatic language, right? And so I was looking at a documentary on the Berbers, those raiders in North Africa, that's running up on people.
Yeah.
There was like the first 30 seconds of this video, the Berbers, they were like singing in their language, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when they were singing, it sounded like old Arabic, like some sort of a old archaic Arabic, language that isn't necessarily, spoken. So what I just want to ask is like, how do we know that? Well, it sounded really Semitic. So how do you combat the people who say with your research that you're full of malarkey? You can't overturn like linguistics. Like how do you combat mainstream academia with your research when it comes to things like this?
Demonstration beats conversation. That's it. And this is the correct way to articulate exactly what I'm saying about Afro-Asiatic. Afro-asiatic as a model is inadequate for articulating and describing the relationships between African languages. That's the academic way to say what I say. That Afro-Asiatic as a model is inadequate because, but you can't even just leave it at Afro-Asiatic. You gotta have the discussion in conversation with Niger Congo, Nilo-Saharan, and Khoisan. So you gotta understand that for many linguists, and really this is a hypothesis as well, they argue that the comparative method is, only works up to like 7,000 years. And then it begins to break down, right? So it's just kind of like, when we're dealing with the standard model in physics about the universe, and the formulas and things are incompatible or break down, a number of seconds before the Big Bang, because now you're getting into quantum mechanics and you can't account for gravity in quantum mechanics at this stage, which is why they're looking for a grand unified theorem, right? That unites quantum mechanics with the macro mechanics of the universe, right? And so they hypothesize a similar thing with the languages and language families. So that's why Greenberg had developed this mass comparative method. But the problem is that they never applied the comparative method when studying African languages to develop the families. They just automatically assumed, because there was no written records, that and the African languages are so far apart. There's a lot of guessing going on and guesstimation, and so they're just going to apply. They're going to develop and create this method over here, this mass comparison, without even doing the comparative method and seeing what they can derive from it, right? And so when a number of scholars started actually applying the comparative method to African languages, they were coming up with these relationships that are firmly established, that cannot be the result of chance or coincidence. And that's when scholars such as Obenga and others were able to say that these models that were created by Greenberg and his schools are inadequate when describing the relationship between African languages, because you have made these clear demarcations. And if that was the fact, we would not be able to see regular non-accidental sound meaning correspondences, for example, between ancient Egyptian and the Yoruba language. That would be impossible. But it's not impossible. And we can demonstrate this all day, every day, in terms of phonology, grammar, basic vocabulary, cultural vocabulary, and the like.
I'm sorry.
So, it's because this has been in academia for so long, it's going to take a while for this information that has been kind of arising over the past 20 and 30 years to really get traction. But that's like academia and science altogether, regardless. So, when individuals are in this mindset that you can't overturn, it's a bunch of BS. They don't do scholarship. They don't know nothing about scholarship and how scholarship works.
That's interesting that you said that the way that academia tends to work is that it's going to take a while for, certain narratives and things to change. Because it brings me back to a class that I had with, her name is Dr. Monique Badassi. and she spoke at my history course. And in her new book, she my professor, she had us read her introduction so we could ask her questions. And in her introduction to her new book, she had mentioned the great Dr. John Henry Clark and the great Dr. Jacob Carruthers. And I posed a question to her. I said, you kind of made my heart jump out of my chest because, you're a PhD and you're using Dr. Clark and Dr. Carruthers because academia tries to make it seem that neither of those two people exist. And she had said to me, she said, well, you got to understand, just because you're not, just because you're not mainstream, it doesn't necessarily mean you're wrong. And so, how do we, I mean, I like, so, just because a whole bunch of scholars say this about, like, or maybe even, the 1619 project to be, more precise, like, how do we, you know, um, kind of, how should how, how do we not, I mean, I know we're supposed to lean on, the experts and a lot of times, the expert opinions.
No, you don't. That I don't know who. Again, a, a lot of these folks that are making these arguments aren't doing scholarship. You don't lean on experts. You lean on evidence. Evidence is priority, not the expert. And what people have to realize about scholarship is that it's a two-way thing. You have the scholar and then you have the reader and the researcher. You as a reader and researcher have to become competent in the field to even understand the scholarship. So the only time that you would kind of lean on an expert is when you have no knowledge of the field. But at the same time, you have to know that you have no knowledge in the field. So when you don't have any knowledge in the field and you have to lean on the experts, you don't need to be teaching and you don't need to be arguing. You only lean on experts when you're just reading for your own personal enjoyment. But you don't get up in front of folks and start teaching about a subject for which you can only lean on the experts. That's not how this is done. Like do you see me here teaching anything about aeronautics?
What is that?
That's on dealing with flight and as a part of engineering and physics, right? Like, have y'all seen the show of mine dealing with the flight of the Apollo and the physics behind that? No, because I have to lean on the experts. And if I have to do that, then I don't need to be teaching because I don't know enough to be teaching.
Now, I have another question.
Right.
When people, like I'm still kind of leaning back on the 1619 project to a large extent because I'm more of a historian than anything. So we know that the 1619 project, mainstream wise, is constantly getting attacked. Where you have historians who are accredited and got PhDs, masters, and saying this is terrible, and 1619 is going against mainstream scholarship that we've been hearing for the past 500 years. So how do we, like, is there a way to bring down mainstream academia with changing it, like changing the narratives.
Yeah, but it's an issue of power relations. You know, if you were just a YouTuber with 400 subscribers, and you think that you're going to change the conversation via some 5-hour long videos with a panel of non-experts in the field, you're not going to change anything in academia. You have to develop the power structure. You're going to have to get credentialed, and people who are credentialed, and or just people who are very skilled at research, who may be in another field, but because they have amassed a skill set in terms of doing proper research to be able to put these publications together, peer review it, and you create your own journals, you create your own departments, you create your own programs, you create your own media. See, that's the problem with us. We think that, these institutions and these structures were here just because they naturally got everything right from the beginning and they've been moving in this space. It's like, no, it's this is slave money that created these institutions, and they've been able to create departments and put together their own narrative. So you have a whole group of people who are just kind of yes people in a particular department or a particular school and school of thought, and so they just have money. That's the fundamental issue. They have money, so they can create a National Geographic special and say that aliens built the pyramids, and because they got nice graphics and they got the pyramids spinning in 3D, right? with Marvel type, DC graphics, that people look at them like they're credible. And it's like, no, you just gotta, there's so much to it. There's so much to unpack, but it really boils down on you as the researcher being able to look at their narratives and to look at and evaluate their evidence. That's what it all boils down to, is the evidence, because you got to understand, like, this is even a problem for white people, right? So when the Christian evangelicals want to take over the science classroom and they got to go to Supreme Court and stuff like this, they're battling this stuff themselves. And so it's not anything new. What you have to realize is that there are different schools of thought, and there have always been different schools of thought, and they're going to be battling it till the end of time. And so a lot of times when y'all thinking stuff is mainstream, it is not mainstream. Like when we talk about Afro-asiatic and all of this stuff, that stuff isn't mainstream.
It's not?
Linguists around the world view that whole setup as confusing. And matter of fact, let me
Now, who are these linguists?
Hold on, because you know I got you when it comes to this stuff, right? Because people don't read my publications, and don't, they think I just make this stuff up. I'm just talking out my ass when I say certain things, right?
Right.
And hold on.
What does people like Noam Chomsky, say about like Afro-asiatic, because it's like
He's
I
not that type of linguist.
I
He's
thought he's
more.
the father of modern linguistics. I think, isn't he?
No. First of all, linguistics is a very big and broad field of inquiry, and there are different types of linguists. He's not a historical comparative linguist. That's not his era. Hold on one second. I'm trying to see if I can find some of these. And I heard somebody just come in, and I'm get to you in just a second. And when I come back, so for example, all right, I'm going to, it's Alkebala Mind. Peace and blessings. Sister, welcome to the panel.
Peace, family. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna come back to you in just a sec.
Okay.
So let me answer our good brother. All right. So, hopefully, can you see the screen very well? Let me do a full. Right. So this is our good brother, Dr. Joseph Greenberg, right?
You said brother?
Yeah, I'm gonna say he's a brother today. Since we all Jews now, according to the Hebrew Israelites and Kanye West. So he's our good Jewish brother, Greenberg, right? Because Semitic is Afro-Asiatic, so these are African languages, right? That's not my argument, but so we have the these are the phylums that he has with the so-called Niger Congo, which is Niger Congo. They now split it up into Niger Congo A and Niger Congo B, and B being Bantu. Because there's some that argues that Bantu is kind of like an early split or something like that. Anyway, so Khoisan and Nilo-Saharan Afro-Asiatic, so blah, blah. So he's the one who came up with this general model, and there have been a number of scholars who put this together. So one of his arguments, like when he says that Afro-Asiatic languages are spoken by Caucasian and Negro peoples, the Cushites, the Ethiopian Semites are often classified as Caucasoid. The Egyptian, Berbers, and the remaining Semitic people are indisputably Caucasian, while the Chad speakers are Negroid. On this evidence, it seems probable that Afro-Asiatic languages were originally spoken by Caucasians and in some instances taken over by Negroes. I think he changed.
That don't even sound right.
We know this, but he did later change this stance because he argues that Afro-Asiatic originated in Africa, but there are others who are like the Nostradamus who argue that Afro-Asiatic started in Asia, and then all the other quote unquote Afro-Asiatic speakers essentially were in contact with the early Afro-Asiatic speakers, and they adopted the language, and now we got all this variety in Africa, which is a bunch of BS besides that. So but that was by Greenberg himself in Language, Culture, and Communication. So so there's this other text here by Loprieno, and he also wrote a book on I think it's kind of one of the first linguistics books dedicated to ancient Egyptian, right? But anyway, so in this text here, and this was translated into English, he says, in view of the present state of research, a comparative grammar of the Hamido-Semitic or Afro-Asiatic languages goes beyond what is scientifically attainable. He's recognizing something here. Even in the sense of an algebraic reconstruction, our comparisons will therefore have to renounce the traditional historical model of diachronic linguistics. In other words, that linguistics that is developed by the comparative method, which proves the existence of families, right? And so he says, I'm gonna go back. Our comparisons will therefore have to renounce the traditional historical model of diachronic linguistics and instead will extend the typological approach. The typological approach is, the quote unquote, it is the opposite of historical comparative linguistics. When you're doing a typological comparison, it's like saying that, for example, if we had a classroom, right, and I said, all the light-skinned people go on the left-hand side and all the dark-skinned people go on the right-hand side. And then I say that, these people are related because of their light skin on the left-hand side. And all of these people on the right-hand side are related because of their dark skin. Right? I'm basing that on a surface. So that's what he means by typology. So like if this language has classes and another language has classes, they're related in the sense that they're both class languages, but they're not genetic. They're not genetically related. So that's why he's saying we're going to have to ditch the historical model, the diachronic, and instead we'll extend the typological approach. Here, the overlappings need not necessarily go back to a posited common Afro-Asiatic, but will rather represent Afro-Asiatic as a realized construct. Thus, Afro-Asiatic will never be a reconstructible language. Why? Because it doesn't exist. But only the reconstructed sum of historically attested points of linguistic juncture independent of their origin. It's very fancy language to basically say typology. We can only group, Afro-Asiatic is only a grouping of languages that share the same features, but they are not genetically related and carried out for the sake of a particular investigation. This sum may be interpreted in terms of genetic relationship, Sprachbund, aerial linguistics, or allogenetic relationship. The results of allogenetic contacts between the Afro-Asiatic languages will also have to be considered as belonging to the structure of Afro-Asiatic, just as much as there are the results of genetic relationship. And I have bolded in red, Afro-Asiatic can only be considered an abstract construct of linguistic features and not a unified system of linguistic realities. What does that mean to not be a unified system of linguistic realities? It doesn't exist as a genetic unit. So anybody talking about Afro-Asiatic as a genetic family is bonkers. They're realizing that that's not the case. So we're only grouping these families together because of they share similar features, but those features could have arose as a result of contacts.
Now, that was in 1986. Is there any like modern scholars that say the? Uh-oh.
Come on now. Right. So language classification must be based on. So this is Paul Newman in 2000, talking about language classification. Now he believes in Afro-Asiatic, but he says language classification must be based on specific points of resemblance and not on the presence or absence of general features of a typological nature. So let's go back. Afro-Asiatic will never be a reconstructible language, but only the reconstructed sum of historically attested points of linguistic juncture, independent of their origin. In other words, go back here, our comparisons will therefore have to renounce the traditional historical model of the diachronic linguistics, and instead will extend the typological approach. But what did Paul Newman just say? Language classification must be based on specific points of resemblance and not on the presence or absence of general features of a typological nature. Thus, whether two or more languages are tonal or not, or whether they have an odd number versus an even number of vowels, might be interesting from a typological or an areal point of view, but in and of itself is irrelevant in determining relatedness. This is in a book that is championing the Greenberg model, right? And so, just a few more years before that, you have the rise and fall of language. This is a major linguist, but he primarily deals with Austronesian languages, right? He says, for many linguists, such views pertaining to Greenberg's method and his Euro-Asiatic superphylum fall more into the category of religious beliefs than scientifically testable hypotheses. About on par with claims that all languages have the same underlying deep structure. You have to be in linguistics to know what he's talking about there. And the position of the stars at the moment of our birth determines our character. What is he saying here? That Greenberg's method is pseudo. And so what Greenberg attempted to do was to use his mass comparative method beyond African languages and try to apply it to Asian languages and European languages and Native American languages. And all the linguists looked at him like he was crazy. And like, what the hell? Like, what are y'all doing with African languages? This ain't scientific. And that's why he's saying it, you know, his form of categorization is basically a religious belief and is scientifically untestable. He said it's on par with the position of the stars at the moment of our birth, which determines our character. So basically, he's saying that, you know, Afro-asiatic is a Capricorn, Niger Congo is Pisces, and you know they have these characters. That's what it's on par with. And so when people, and I have some more, and I have a I have to find it. It's on my it's on my. Hold on, did she leave? Oh, she's back. There she goes. I'm about to find it in my YouTube, not my YouTube, my Facebook page. So I got to go into my images because I took screenshots. So people think I'll be playing with this stuff. And so hold on 1 second. Let me just find this critiques on Greenberg's method. So this is from the Handbook of Comparative and Historical Indo-European Linguistics. Hold on. So let me just pull the book up so I can get that date for you. I want to show you like how long they've been knowing that Greenberg's method is trash. All right. Historical Linguistics Handbook is this the same one? Historical Linguistics Black one. No, this is different. Okay, no. That was contact. Hold on. You have so many books, you just gotta come on. Okay, what is going on? System. Okay, here we go. So, but I'm going to share my screen. Right. And what page is this? The comparative method in African linguistics. Do I? So like 115 around that area. So let me go here. Right. Let's go. So, oh, let me go. What year is this? This is 2017. So is that recent enough for you?
Yeah, that's super recent.
All right. So, let me go back up. So the book is about Indo-European and showing you how to do linguistics on that language family. And so, but in the context of the larger discussion, this PDF here is 745 pages, so you know the physical book is kind of thick. Let me reduce this. Let's say 190. Okay. All right. So can y'all see this?
Yes.
All righty. So let's read. Let's see what he says here. In the study of African languages, historical linguistics played a most important role already before African linguistics became established as a discipline in its own right. An endless number of studies on language relationship and language classification have since been published, and several attempts were made at reconstructing the history of African language phyla and families. Until the mid-20th century, however, by far the majority of such contributions were based on mixed criteria: economic, cultural, physical, anthropological, and linguistic. So in the early days, they would try to group languages based on the nose size and structure, how straight the hair was, whether they were, farmers versus pastoralists, and then try to mix all of that in with some language arguments, right? So this is why Greenberg is very important, because when he made his groupings, it was really kind of the first time that African languages were being grouped strictly on language criteria, right? Anyway, so, but even if purely linguistic criteria were applied, no dividing line was drawn as a rule between genetic and typological. You're gonna run across these two concepts a lot when you read the literature: genetic versus typological, right? So the situation changed with the publication of a series of articles by Joseph Greenberg on African linguistic classification, a revised version of which appeared later on as a monograph entitled The Languages of Africa, 1963. In this famous book, the author provided and he has in quotes, a complete genetic classification, because it was not a genetic classification, that distinguishes 4 genetic phyla, which are super groupings of families, each containing a number of families and subfamilies. It is this taxonomy that in subsequent years was used most frequently by other scholars as a point of departure for new attempts at classifying African language groups. However, although Greenberg made exclusive use of genetic linguistic criteria, and in spite of an enormous impact of his investigation on follow-up studies, his classification was not based on the comparative method. Let me highlight that real quick. Not based on the comparative method, but on an approach that Greenberg himself had called mass comparison, and that other scholars refer to as the method of resemblances. For a harsh critique of this method, see Fodder, 1982. And there's a whole bunch more, because he was getting the business. In fact, systematic application of the comparative method has been relatively rare to this day in African linguistics, as will be shown in this section. For reasons of economy, the discussion will largely be restricted to some general problems inherent in the employment of the comparative method in an African context. And he goes more and more and more. But like these are the issues that that scholars know and talk about all the time. But for people who just like to latch on to Greenberg because they don't like me for some reason, they don't read this stuff, right? So they don't know why the comparative method is important for this discussion. You know, this is the scientific method used in linguistics to confirm hypotheses regarding the relationship between two or more languages, right? And so, you know, they want to lean on the experts as long as the experts seem to disagree with my position. But they don't know my position and why I chose my position, because of course we have a large problem with people not reading in this community. That's another conversation for another day. So critics agree with classification and the method of resemblances, argued against it based on the background of empirical findings that the application of the comparative method had yielded, especially in the Indo-European context. For sure, Greenberg himself was aware of the shortcomings of any method classification, which relies mainly on lexical similarities between languages rather than principles of language development, such as sound laws and correspondences. But given the large variety of languages on the African continent and a relatively little was known about them at the time, he was convinced that the mass comparison would at least lead to a worthwhile working hypothesis, which could later on be used as a starting point for in-depth comparisons based on the comparative method. However, from the beginning, almost any attempt to apply the comparative method to African languages faces a twofold difficulty, which one might call the core problem: the range and nature of linguistic data. And so the problem is, for like a lot of these scholars, they don't know about the researchers who have applied the comparative, because as he stated here, in fact, the systematic application of the comparative method has been relatively rare to this day. This is in 2017 in African linguistics. And so for such a long time, the pseudoscience of the mass comparative method has reigned supreme. So when people like, for example, Obinga or Diop or Jean-Claude Mboli or asarimhotep or, you know, Alain Antolin or Omen Digi and other African scholars apply the comparative method and show like this presumption is in fact false, that you can't apply the comparative method to African languages. And some believe this because African languages don't have a long history of written material. So they're thinking that because there's very little written material, which can show us from some deep past to the present, the sound changes in the language, that, you know, they assume that the comparative method would not work. And many African scholars have proved them wrong. And so you can, you know, fully read more and more of this, but it goes into the issues of their so-called starry forms, their lack of the comparative method. You know, he says, yet for a fundamental data, empirical research has shown that the comparative method is not equally suitable in the context of African language. See, this is one of those assumptions that is false, right? And again, it has to deal with the issue of the writing and their, you know, that logic of prehistory and all that kind of stuff. And African scholars have been showing that that is false. And so, you know, you're in a discussion that is emerging, that is, you know, in a constant fight and battle in terms of methods. And so when people recognize that, okay, this method is false, but, you know, we know that the historical comparative method works. And matter of fact, the historical comparative method works, and they know it works on languages that don't have a written history, because they've been able to do that and with the reconstruction with Asian languages and Native American languages. So I don't even know why they even typed this in this text, but this is something that I deal with and the like. But you got to know this history. You got to know these arguments, and folks just don't know that history. And this is what becomes problematic in these particular discussions. So I hope that brings some. And I got more, because this is a very deep-seated conversation and topic. So, but I want to bring in Sister Caroline Mind, and welcome to the Mbongi. And what is your question and or comment?
Okay, so thank you for all of that information. I actually know that what I wanted to present is totally different from what you all were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And then I realized I had some questions about what you were talking about, but I'm going to leave that alone. I guess for me, the question to the audience, not necessarily the scholars, whether we agree with one or the other, but to the audience is, what are we doing with information? Because I know historically we have a lot of renowned scholars that have presented information to us, that answered various questions. I mean, this is going back hundreds and hundreds of years, where we have lots of literature about our issues, the complexity of our problems, and ways in which we can resolve them. And so for me, at this point in time, especially looking at what's going on with Kanye, and I hate to say that in any public forum because it just seems so typical, but looking at what's going on, the question for me is, how do we get ourselves positioned in a way in which we have power? And not just power in a sense that people could see who we are individually, what our gains are, but just covertly even. How do we use the information that we have available to us without criticizing, without investigating further those things that have been presented for people that have done the work? But how do we look at that information and apply it in such a way in which we establish power? Because ultimately, what is our goal?
Well, it really kind of depends on your goal. I'm going to have to kind of repeat what I said to Brother Lionel earlier. It's again, we can't. I wish that I could, kind of be like a dictator and tell everybody what to do, and they do it. I wish I had that kind of power. The world would be a better place, in my opinion.
And I would say this: I'm not looking for you particularly to answer what our individual goals are. I don't want to seem so foolish as to ask that type of question.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying the practicality and the usage really is going to come from the individual, and in relationship to your own talents and interests. That's for you to come up with in your own lane, because even the question itself is very broad, because we know what to do. You gotta have your own education system. You got to have your own institutions. You got to have your own media and print for distribution. That is a whole different area. But we must not confuse, like, for example, these type of arguments in terms of the relationship between African languages, right, as an academic enterprise, with anything that like this has to lead to liberation of the Black man. Some stuff is for knowledge, is for practical reasons. Some stuff is just for knowledge's sake. And sometimes you have to have, regardless of, even my own field in Africology that believes that everything needs to have a practical purpose and serve the liberation of African people. Some information just needs to be information for information's sake, because you don't know how it will be used. Sometimes certain information, you will not know how it will be used in the future. For example, when Einstein came up with his theory of general relativity and special relativity, right? This is information for information's sake. But, you know, others saw the information and was like, on one hand, you know, we need to win the war. And so we can use this information to build a bomb to move the war in our favor, right? When we talk about the atomic bomb. The other aspect of the theory of general relativity and the like has to deal with this description of gravity and time dilation, for which if we did not have, we would not have satellites. Excuse me, not satellites. You would not have GPS, which, you know, like Einstein couldn't have anticipated Uber, right? And
can I say something, if you
go
don't
ahead.
mind? I think that both examples you gave were examples of people utilizing information to establish power. One, the use of the GPS, satellites, etc., irrespective of the fact that they didn't know how they were to utilize it in the future. And the other was a direct example of people using information to establish power. And I think that what I have to learn, just listening to your response, is that some information is just for the sake of information and knowledge. I don't really know how to digest that in this moment, but I know that is valuable. I guess for me, all things I've learned throughout my process and my study of African history and Pan-Africanism in general has been to apply it towards empowerment. And so when I hear questions that are merely asking for more information without first utilizing what was already given, there's a lot of work that's done to create these books. These books are not being printed up by themselves. So then the question is, what do you do with the efforts that were presented by those who created those books?
Again, that's a personal thing, because in the case of, for example, the atomic bomb, for those scientists at that time, the environment and the direction of the war effort fueled their creativity, for lack of a better term, to apply that information for the war effort, right? But in this modern time, that same information was like, well, you know, these folks are dealing, these are software developers trying to deal with logistics, right? And this information becomes relevant to them. He could not have anticipated that. And so it really just depends on what your lane is, because your creativity and how to use that information is going to arise because of your own personal interest and your purpose in life.
Right. And that's why the question wasn't posed particularly for you to answer, brother.
But that's just my general
right, because there's no
is,
way, right, because there's no way you can answer that for us individually. I guess my question, my call really to the audience, really, and I don't know what people do individually in their lives, but for us to not just question, you know, which we would follow, which is more correct, and or etc., but how do we apply what we have, period. And I think that when I hear questions that don't seem to lead to that, it's very difficult for me to just listen and absorb. And I'm going to leave it there.
I would just add real quick that we also got to remember that even in academia, you have, and I'm gonna try to find this YouTube clip, right? Of Dr. What is his name? It's a theoretical astrophysicist, brother with wild hair. I forgot his name. But he has a lecture on was it Lord of the Rings? Dr. Physicist. What is his name? He's out of MIT. But anyway, aspects of this kind of conversation is in a realm for which, and I meant to say this earlier to Brother Lionel, is that when you are getting your bachelor's degree, you're learning general introductory information in the field.
Yeah, it's a repeat of middle school and high school in 4 years.
For the most part, yes. But it's not until you get into your master's and really your PhD level that you get to come across what is really being discussed in the field.
Oh, snap.
When you start reading these PhD level and journal postdoc level literature, you come to find out that a lot of stuff that you think is solid and right is not solid and right.
Can I add to that, please?
Hold on.
Okay.
What you get in the high school level and the bachelor's level is kind of a summary of stuff that you can work with at that level, right? Even though it may not all the way be true, but they have to do it so that there's some kind of consensus on the information. So but what a lot of folks who is reading the introductory books don't realize is that there are higher levels here where the scholars are only talking to each other and they're aware of all the pitfalls and the like. And I'm trying to find this clip where the professor tells you this, right? And this is something that I had to discover as I was getting deeper and deeper into the literature, because that stuff that I was citing, for example, in those texts, that ain't introductory work, right? And so if you don't have access and don't know to go into these deeper literatures where research methods, epistemology, all of that is an issue, then you won't get that information. So people are trying to argue with some introductory stuff that ain't true, and that these people know it's not true all the way, but they have to have something for the educational institutions at that level.
Right. And can I add to that? Because from my experience, and I'm in a master's program, just finishing up my classrooms, my courses in the master's program, based on what I've seen historically, the things you learn in school are all the basics. That whatever level. I haven't been at the doctorate's level, so I can't speak to that. But as far as the undergraduate, graduate programs, the things that you actually, to become an expert, to become completely competent, are things that you learn from those, like you said, where in which you're reading books, where in which scholars are speaking to other scholars. That's where the in-depth studies are taking place. It's not in college. Those are the most basic bits of information. And as you stated before, there's a consensus on what's being taught at those levels just to create a curriculum that supports a particular ideology or power structure. But the in-depth studies come from those that actually do the field work, the detailed investigations, and or et cetera. That's just been based on what I've seen. Even with Dr. Clark, he had an honorary doctorate degree, period. He didn't have a PhD because he went to classrooms and provided papers and et cetera. He did sufficient amount of work, and usually it's more than what you would be required to do in the schools in order to be looked upon as someone that would be honored with a doctorate, an honorary doctorate degree. But yeah.
I have to find this dang thing. So what we're going to do is take a 5-minute break, what he says, and then we're going to have a discussion on what he says. So we're going to be right back. Y'all stretch, get something to drink, and we're going to keep this conversation going. All right. Okay, I am back. And sound like I got my DJ voice on, but that's not the case.
The quiet storm.
Where's my... Okay, there we go. All righty. So I found the video, but I don't remember what part, because I didn't document that on my slide, but I typed out what he said. So I'm going to share my screen kind of twice here. So got it. So, you know, this is the video. This the professor I was talking about is Dr. Sylvester Gates Jr. And he has a lecture online, is Just Symposium Keynote Address, Susie and the Lords of the Ring, right? And I don't know why I didn't put the timestamp on this this slide, but I'm gonna find that and put it there. But can y'all see clearly the text? Because I have my okay. So I'm just going to read what he said. I mean, this is my transcription of the speech from the video that we just saw. So if you want to, you know, see the whole video, what he says here is at the beginning of the question and answer period. And so I think the video is like maybe an hour and a half. I just don't remember where the timestamp is, but y'all can confirm that this is in fact the case. And, you know, the link is right there at the bottom. And so, yeah. So he says, this is what we call vertex normalization in quantum theory. And what it basically says is that the charge that an electron couples to a photon which actually depends on things such as the speed and the spin, the location, much more complicated than the equation we taught our students in high school. And I have in bold, you see, we constantly lie when we teach science, but we lie in the service of truth. We tell people the part of the truth that is appropriate for what they have as a background. It would make no sense for me to walk into a high school classroom and try to teach my students relativistic quantum field theory. So I say instead, Coulomb's law is the end of the story, even though I know that it is not the complete and accurate story, but it's good enough for that audience. So when you talk to a scientist, you need to be very careful if you're not a scientist, because you need to know what the scientist is assuming about what you know, because that influences what we tell you. Y'all get that?
When you say y'all, so I guess my question is, how do you apply that to what we're talking about? And I know that you can apply it. I just want to make sure that I'm applying it correctly in my thoughts.
Yeah. I'm saying there's levels to this. So certain information that, you know, some people may be satisfied with will not be the deepest of information. But you would have to be like, for example, you know, somebody could say, well, how is quantum field theory and quantum physics going to help me in my real life? For you, probably nothing if you're not a quantum physicist. But for those who are into quantum physics, that is their life path. They would find applications for this in real life. And so, you know, for someone like me, who I'm not a quantum physicist, but I have to understand enough of it because as a computer science, there's an emergent field, there's an emergent technology, you know, in terms of quantum computing and encryption and security and the like. So for someone like me, this information, I would be looking at, okay, if we're trying to share and store information, how do we secure it? And how do we, develop logical techniques and practices so that quantum computing isn't able to hack into the systems and the like, or we can exchange information where it is encrypted, where you don't have folks trying to hack and destroy, in a kind of COINTELPRO fashion. That's one way if I'm in the more activist, kind. But then there could be, how could we set this up for business, right? Like I would have to be in a business mindset. It really just, regardless, is always going to depend on the individual and what their life path is. But the point of this was just to reinforce what I was stating in terms of these particular arguments. Like people don't understand if you're coming with kind of freshman introductory high school level entry into these conversations, you don't know what's going on at this high level here, and that's the issue. We, for example, for like these conversations regarding the classification of African languages and people and what that will mean, right? This stuff here is on a high level that a lot of folks who are trying to make arguments in these YouTube streets aren't there. They don't read this literature. They don't engage with these folks. They don't write and they don't produce in these areas. So it's going to seem like gibberish for a lot of folks, but it is something significant for those who are in it. Now, one practical application of this, and folks, if they would have read, for example, Cheikh Anta Diop's works, he tells you how to use this information. Because for him, the linguistic information was used to show people on the ground their relationship. These African people who on the continent do not see themselves as personally related to other African people at this time, and showing them that you have a deep historical relationship with each other. And these words and phrases that you have in your language, we have them over here in South Africa, and the ancient Egyptians also said this in the same way. These rituals, these references to God and the like, they're all the same in these particular areas. So if you understand that, then we can move forward towards a United States of Africa. That was Diop's whole deal, was a United States of Africa.
And I think that's where the concern comes in with me, in that from my experience, and I'm not even anywhere close to where I need to be, but I'm definitely on the path. But just based on my understanding, when you apply information, you're able to close some of these gaps without some of the academia. Where, for example, when you mention how linguistics can show where in which we have many things that are similar, someone that has visited the continent and have communed with the people would have already closed some of those gaps that the academic information would have been able to close if you hadn't had that visit. Does that make sense? So
Yeah,
it just
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So it just, I guess my frustrations, and like you said, there's different levels to this. There's different levels to everything. Mm-hmm. And I guess where I get frustrated is where in which we lean too much on the scholar to answer too much.
Again, it's to kind of go back to, and this isn't directed towards you. Mm-hmm. It's just in general how I just approach it. I don't worry about everybody else and what they're doing or what they may or may not do with the information. I can only focus on myself. So the only question I ask is, how is this information useful for me and my purpose, and how can I utilize it to help Africans win a victory? That's it. I don't care about any, not I don't care about people, but I don't care about what everybody else is doing because I have no control over that. That's not a source of anxiety for me, worrying about if other people will find value in this. I know some people will, I know some people won't. All I can do is focus on me and be the best version of myself and to give it my all and grow old and die. That's it. That's all I can do.
And I'll apply it to me because I think that it does to a certain degree. I think that at times I do have a sense of anxiousness when it relates to what I'm hearing within the community on certain platforms. I don't listen to most, but when I hear some things, it does give me a certain level of angst. And even when Dr. Clark at one point said, you know, based on your questions, it tells me what you've read. And so sometimes it is clear what hasn't been read or what's not being done based on the questions. And so I think that I have to revert back to that sort of resolve, which is fact that we can't control anyone else. I guess the frustrations come where in which I see that we need so much power. And so the desire is for most of us, or if not all, would utilize the information in such a way where we're not longing for it anymore. It's not a dream deferred, Langston Hughes, so to speak. It's more or less something we've accomplished and we're on the other side of this thing. So that's all. And I'm not going to hold you out because I know this has been a long thing. So I'm done.
I appreciate you coming on and for your questions and comments. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Azar.
Yes.
That kind of adds on to what the transcript that you had wrote. I had remember when I had me and Robin, we had interviewed the great Dana Reynolds Marniche. You know who she is, right? And me and her, like we talk sometimes. I remember when the interview was over, Dana, she had told me when I first messaged her on Facebook, and I had said, "Hey Dana, you know, I found out about your article in the Golden Age of the Moors. I really like it. Whoop de woo. And I want to interview you with my mentor, my OG Robin." And you know, the interview went good. I sent it to you, and she had told me at first, because she's a very quirky lady, but very funny, one of my favorite people. She said to me, you know, Lionel, you know, at first when you had messaged me about how you read the Golden Age of the Moor and everything, I thought you was some sort of a ghetto scholar because I better tell you this, Adrian, you know, a lot of the work that you know, academics put out, they're generally for the layman. Like I really had to cut it down to make it understandable and digestible for, you know, the average person. My real work or the actual academic work, it's a whole different quality, you know. So it goes back to what the brother said.
Yeah, it's like that's like I remember having a conversation with Dr. Takai Kilimanjaro, and you know he was trying to understand the issues of the debate on the issue of Kemet, and like he didn't understand, you know, why certain things were important in life. And I'm like, you know, I understand that you're a PhD, but your PhD is in statistics, right? So for you to even understand this conversation, you got to switch to an entirely different field, and I would have to explain this to you, you know, like a baby, step by step, you know. And this is why, like, hold on one second. Let me. Okay. So let me put my cam back. So the book that I'm coming out with on race and identity in ancient Egypt, volume 1. The reason why this text is over 400 something pages, because I have to explain things to laypersons. The journal article is probably like 30 pages, 20, probably like 25 to 30 pages. But this, because there's a lot of background information that you got to know. And you know, unless this stuff is explained to you, which no one has done before, you know, you'll get lost in the arguments. And so when the journal article is published, you know, it's straight academic stuff. And sometimes you just have to have that conversation, because if you had to try to explain everything in layman's terms, your arguments are going to be this thick and longer. I have to write a book each time. You know, I want to make a simple point. And so, you know, this is more so a resource text, so that you can kind of, you know, get a background in arguments, get introduced to some texts, introduced to some techniques and the like. And then you can kind of, you know, even build on your own personal scholarship with this. But this is something that, you know, we're faced with. And so, you know, people hear conversations that are up here and get confused, and then wonder, you know, and ask that question of, you know, well, how is this practical for us? Right? And it's like, it may not be practical for you at the moment, but and I never got to get there in terms of, you know, the reasoning for this. But at this level, we are arguing and trying to push the boundaries and trying to understand the field at such a level that when we're updating and creating the textbooks, you know, you have up-to-date information. That's one of the practical, if not anything, is that you have more solid and useful information. So when you're creating text within the context of a curriculum, within the context of an educational system and institution, like, it all feeds, but you have to have quality information first. And then everything, the school system is built around the information. So at minimum, the practical application of any and all of these studies is the creation and solidification of a solid educational institution. But you have to have text first. You just don't build a school and then be wondering, well, okay, what are we going to teach them? And how do we know that this information is solid that we're teaching them? That's why academics are constantly pushing the boundaries. That's why when you go and get your PhD, the requirement is that you're producing new information that no one else has produced. Because you're pushing the field forward. And so they're going to use this information to update text so they can teach at the bachelorette and the high school levels. People don't understand the cycle. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can I ask another question to you?
Well, before you do that, I want to get to this question that is on the screen. Donnie Williams asked, how do you feel about the current state of the so-called conscious community? I mean, the state of the conscious community has been the same, because the conscious community is not separate from the general African world, more specifically in terms of here in the diaspora, the African American community in general. So whatever you see in the larger community is what you're going to see online in the quote unquote conscious community. And so it is the conscious community is at a state of powerlessness. And the technology has allowed any and everyone to have a voice, which on one hand could be a good thing, right? But it's a double-edged sword. Because when any and everybody has a voice and can say something, you're going to get a whole bunch of idiotic stuff and nonsense and people who aren't serious and people who don't read and people who had a dream and decided to want to share the world that this is the truth about reality and a whole bunch of other quirky stuff, right? That just comes with the technology. So all the technology did was allow the conversations that you heard in the barbershop, on the street corner, inside the warehouse, right, and at the lunch table to be shared with the world. And now everybody is around the water cooler talking about gossip and TV shows and applying the same stuff to scholarship and the like. We're just, the so-called conscious community is just a small segment of folks who are interested in information. But, for the most part, these are folks who have not been formally trained in any serious area of academia. And we're just a communiversity just trying to get some information because we don't have the time or resources to dedicate in any particular field. Because we may be a nurse, we may be a police officer, we may be a software developer, we may own a daycare, I may, work at a warehouse, and so, my life choices did not allow for me to go into these areas and be a professional, but I'm still interested in the subject. So I find a space where they're talking about these issues here, and we kind of go from there, right? So the state of the conscious community is reflective of the nation as a whole, right? And so when you look at for example, politics and religion and all those same type of attitudes and craziness that you see in the conscious community exists all there, because there's an anti-intellectual movement here in the United States. And so when you require people to be able to sit down seriously and to study and to think critically, there's always a large pushback by the majority of folks because they just want to have fun and they want to be entertained. And that's just the reality. So the state of the conscious community is just a microcosm of the grander state of the United States and in other areas as we know it. So, the folks in the conscious community thinking that what you see here is unique to us. It's not, but I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All good. This is another question of mine. I was listening to Dr. Gerald Horn the other day, right? And he generally deals with like slavery and, American fascism, etc.
Uh-huh.
And he was talking, somebody had asked him what are the text or something that he used, like learning about slavery or something, some to that extent. And he said, the standard text on slavery are, capitalism and slavery, white over black, how Europe underdeveloped Africa. These are like the standard text of like understanding slavery. And my question to you is, how do you produce works that are literally the standard text? Because or I'll give another example. If you want to know about the Haitian Revolution, you read The Black Jacobins by the great Trinidadian C.L.R. James. And that book was written over like 50 or 60 years ago, but that is still the book that you should read. Like, how do you produce standard text type works? Because, I mean, that's amazing. When your work is written 50, 60 years ago, but people still like, you need to read this. How do you produce work like that?
Again, it's just going to depend on the quality of the scholarship, your training, your ability to access primary source material, right? And so when you're dealing with primary stuff and it's well thought out and organized and it's clear and it's concise and is not too much speculation, and it's just quality. At the end of the day, it's just the quality of the work based upon the primary material that you have access to at the time. So then there's a level of kind of who endorses it, right? Because you can produce the most quality work and only a few people even know of it because it hasn't been promoted as such.
Yeah,
But
that's what happens to a lot of our scholars, like C.L.R. James. Like, don't nobody know about him. Well,
but
like
it's
the
not that
average person.
nobody knows about them. It's that most of us, again, we don't see. I had the privilege of, when I went to college, to take African studies courses and African American studies courses. I took 24 hours, 12 in African American studies and 12 in African studies. So I was introduced to those works. But most people aren't, because there's several factors that you have to or there's several things that you have to factor in terms of this discussion. And that is, first and foremost, the amount of the quality works. Do they even exist at all? Two, people in academia, if they've read it, and then do they assign it as reading in their courses?
Mm.
And then three, when the people go to the institution, do those institutions even have the coursework for the student to be introduced to in the first place? So, for example, when I graduated high school, I went to Southwest Texas State University in San Marcos. No African studies, no African American studies. If you wanted to learn anything about Black people, you had to study on your own. And as a freshman, where do you go to learn about information about Black folks, right? If the school itself does not have an African studies or an African American studies program, at least, so a program you can minor in the subject, and if they have a department, then you can major and they can grant masters and PhDs in the field. So you don't have any of that at Southwest Texas State University. Only when I went to the University of Houston were these courses offered. And so I still had a zeal for study. And so what people don't realize is that I used to DJ and produce music. I still produce music just as a hobby, but I'm from back in the day when you had to dig in the crates, right? Like, go to record stores and search for records, what I'm saying, to play and to mix and experiment with, right? So, growing up in just that hip hop culture and things, I was just used to self-studying. I had to, be able to find those obscure things. But everybody doesn't have that natural intensity And remember, like, I'm a Hebrew Israelite at this time. So even though I'm studying in reading pseudo works, I'm still in the mind frame that, we need to read books and to read these unorthodox texts and the like. So it's always been there for me, even if we didn't have the programming and like. And everybody ain't don't have that zeal in purpose like I do, because some folks don't find out they're Black until they're 30. Some don't find out until they 60s or whatnot. So another issue you have to battle is the fact that everyone comes into consciousness at different stages of their life. And so, so you got all of this in play. So so now, given your question, it would be up to someone such as myself to create, for example, a communiversity website where Africana studies for the layperson can be taught and books recommended, so that regardless if you don't have access to certain libraries or African studies and African American studies programs and the like, that you can still have access to information. And like, so that's just, that's one of those practical things that Sister Caroline mind. And what are you doing? Because your background is very noisy.
I just it's my earbuds.
Okay. It sounds like you wrestling with some titans, Godzilla.
Oh, well, what? I'm sorry about that.
No, but yeah. So it's very, and a lot of these questions again have been asked and answered by many of our scholars and folks, and they have produced works and processes like that. Like that's the whole focus of the University of Kemet Press, for example, right? Like they have a whole line of these practical applications of the information in terms of how to research, and up to the master's level. They're working on a research text for the PhD level. How to create research teams, how to create study teams, how to create organization and the like. An ethical text, one for initiation, martial arts. Like they're doing exactly what people are asking. It's just we need folks like us to promote it and put it to the test. That's all. And so it's just, we got to remember how big the African American community is and how spread out we are. And then our different backgrounds, our different value systems, our different histories, our different religious orientations, our different levels of education. And then you also got to remember, and I bring this up all the time on this show, our different levels of trauma and healing and therapy, lack of, or, being introduced to. Like all of these play a factor in the information and how it is disseminated, how it is received, how they respond to the information. So it is a very big task. And that's why I'm saying, like, you can't worry about everyone. You can only do what you can do. And if you start thinking like, everything has to be solved, with you or just your small group, you will be overwhelmed and ultimately you will give up.
I like how you brought up that some people don't find out they're Black until they're like 30.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to, I think it was the last video that Runoko Rashidi did before he passed away, and he was asked a similar question. And you know what he said that was pregnant with poignancy?
What did he say?
He said, you have to give people opportunity to grow.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I don't, me myself personally, I don't respect uh Renoko Rashidi's like scholarship. I think it's kind of crazy. But when it came to like stuff like that, he would say, he's completely correct. He also said, "Thought without practice is empty, and action without thought is blind."
Yeah. Yeah. It's again, it's very overwhelming. The task at hand. So it's you can only do what you can do, and so you only if you ever find out and discover for yourself why you came here or why you're here, whether you believe in a before life and you were sent here by ancestors or God, or you don't believe in none of that, but you just decide this is going to be my mission in life. Only you know that, and how to apply what it is that you learn. And so all you can do is be a farmer. All a farmer does is uh, to shape the environment and plant seeds. Nature will take care of the rest, right? And nature for us in our social condition will be those, those personal experiences and those wake up calls, and it's going to come at different times for different folks. So don't get, you don't. That's when he says the current state, when he asks about the current state of the conscious community, again, it's reflective of just what you see in the everyday African American community. Everyone comes to knowledge at a different stage, and then even still, like it's just like what Renoko Rashidi said, you got to give everyone time to grow and make mistakes, because that's where the application of the information is going to come from. That's when they're going to discover their purpose for this information, is when they're out there and they make those mistakes, and they learn and they get into these conversations with others. All that I ask is that regardless, that everyone just exhibit good character in the process. That's it. Life will take care of the rest. Just exhibit good character and respect for one another, and then you'll see some things change regardless of the quality of the information or your ability to understand or your level of understanding. One thing that's going to always be at the foundation and the basis is one's character. Good character, hopefully. you know
Yeah, I think that people we should, like people who know, what to do in certain, avenues. I think we should, exhibit good character towards, the laymen and the people whom we're trying to help. Like we should be able to speak to the intellectual at the Eiffel Tower and the regular average person on the street, to where both of them can understand what we're saying.
yeah, again, you're not going to be able to predict how people understand and receive the information. Is this, my only concern is just with folks who know that they don't have a whole bunch of information in the field, and it's not something that they study but want to argue and teach. Like, you got to get at a certain level understanding and research to be able to teach. And what we want to do for the sake of views is just to turn on our camera, we read a few things, and then we want to have a discussion. But it's not in the context of a study team or a research team or even a study group, right? We just want to seem as if we're knowledgeable on these things, and come to find out uh, that they're not. It's just my issue. Like people are arguing against a book that hasn't even come out yet. Like how reprobate in your mind do you got to be The book hasn't even been released, and you got 20 videos arguing against a concept that you don't even know how the conversation came to be or the like. Like that, like that's the state of the conscious community online. Just want to argue about stuff that ain't read and couldn't have read because the book ain't came out yet. The peace and blessings are our good brother Ujamaa in the building. What's happening?
Peace. I'm just tuning in. I missed the most, I guess, pretty much all of the show. So I'm just gonna sit back and listen. I'm surprised you actually on. I saw you been on for 2 hours. You getting like me.
Well, no, it just hit 3 hours. So 3 hours and 1 minute.
3.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
yeah,
it's just an open discussion forum. There's no focus. And so I took a test earlier, and I'm like, I hadn't did a show in a while. Let me just open it up and see what's on the minds of the people. And that's it. And so I have time tonight. I ain't got no studies.
I'm sure you probably hit with a few things tonight.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just listening first. You know, I heard the tail end of I tuned in when you were reading the question on the screen, the state of the conscious community. So that's where I jumped in at. Yeah, but so I just agree with what you were saying.
All right, so I don't even know why I said the word Kemet. So let's go to start a whole new conversation. Hold on. He says, Shepsu Heru says, is it true that Kemet doesn't mean the black land? Did the Kemetic people refer to themselves as black people in antiquity? Have black people ever referred to themselves as black? So I'm going to take each of your questions one by one. And so, is it true that Kemet doesn't mean the black land? That is my argument, but I would word it more so like this: that the evidence from a linguistic and a philological perspective doesn't support the argument that Kemet means the black land. It could mean the black land, but the evidence presented and that survives doesn't necessarily support that argument. Right. So that's my argument. Did the Kemetic people refer to themselves as black people? Categorically, no. In antiquity, have black people ever referred to themselves as black? On an individual level, I'm pretty sure that in certain circumstances, someone may have been referred to or labeled as black, right? For whatever reason. Black could be used metaphorically, or they could be accurately describing themselves. Unfortunately, the vast majority of African folks did not have writing, so we have no way of knowing that. Because if you find any evidence of that in modern times, it's really kind of unusable because of Africans' interactions with Europeans and Arabs who call them black. And so just like how African Americans refer to themselves as black people, we never did that to my knowledge prior. But because of our interactions with Europeans and the power dynamic between Europeans and black folks, quote unquote, we refer to ourselves in all our different dimensions. And we're not talking about a literal color here. It's a class that is loosely related to the quality of pigment of the people who belong to that class in relationship to the collective Europeans and their descendants who belong to a different class within this society. So that's a very nuanced discussion in of itself, but there does not appear to be, in other words, there's no way for us to even really know if that is the case. But the survival of indigenous names on a collective level, I have yet to find any African people who named themselves Black people in their language. And so, I know the absence of evidence is not to be considered evidence. So that's why we have to word it. We have to word it in a particular way that the lack of evidence regarding this particular question does not support the notion that Black people or African people refer to themselves in terms of self-identity based upon their skin color or any other kind of phenotype. There's no surviving, I shouldn't say no. There's little to no surviving evidence of that being the case outside of European and Arab interactions with African people, for which they have labeled, these African people Black. And it's possible that if they do, then it's just a result of them adopting this labeling as a result of being on the low end of a power dynamic. So I hope that I answered your question adequately. Anybody else want to respond while I have this question up?
I think people who came from, I would say, tribal nations, they generally would say, I'm so and so of this nation. Skin complexion wasn't really that wasn't really used by tribal nations. It was more about I'm so and so of this tribe or the region.
I agree.
I just want to make a quick comment to add to that is that the last part of the question, even though it says in antiquity have Black people ever referred to themselves as Black, I see a problem in the question itself because of the anachronistic application of that, and we just got to be careful. And it sounds like we're being too stickler with it, but you really have to be to really address that question. That's not a question. One, there's a problem with the question itself, but even if it was properly worded, it's a full discussion to have, because you have to explain a lot, and to avoid anachronistic applications, you have to have a full-on conversation, because within the question you're kind of violating the
and I understood what he meant. So that's why when I answered, I said African people, so that I can have that conversation. So we know what we mean when we say it in the modern times, but trying to apply modern constructs in antiquity is wrought with problematics. All right. And so that's what he's saying here. And so, like, even I know you were here most of the night, but I have been clear in trying to word things in a certain way, because I know when we get in these debates and conversations here, we kind of argue it in a certain fashion, but I'm gonna make a concerted effort to respond in the same way that I would do in my text, and with that kind of language, so that we can start using this language, using these phraseologies, for lack of a better term, when we're articulating or inquiring about articulating about certain points, or inquiring about certain topics or whatnot, so that we're always in a scientific frame of mind, and we're thinking like scientists, we're thinking like critical thinkers, right? Says, sorry, I agree with everything you said in your books, and research will be a reference to go to for future students. I hope so, and I appreciate your commentary, and there'll be a point where my stuff is outdated, but hopefully, I would have been in that line, in that chain that forced people to think more critically and to argue more precisely and to dig more deeply. And that's all I can do. All I can do is what I can do: grow old and die. That's all I can do. So they're having a debate in the chat. So I'm saying, everybody else seeing color about the rematch. He says everybody else seeing in color about the rematch. No one ever argued that the ancient Kemetic people did not see in color, and so this shows that one hasn't read the text in which the essential arguments were made, and you understand the nature of the conversation. And I won't rehash that here because it'll be another long video about Kemet. And let's see, I don't think they're in the class in Age of Times. Yeah. Let's see. Peace and blessings to Jeanette Irene. Thank you for joining the conversation. And I'm trying to scroll back up, see if I see anything, which I don't at the moment. So while I have you on the line, anything? Matter of fact, I just saw a flyer from y'all. What's the flyer about? At Ujamaa.
Well, starting November 1st, we have a 30-day challenge of reading Session Literature on it, basically kind of making our Freestyle Fridays into a 30-day challenge that we used to do. So it's free. People sign up on saberuniversity.com and they enroll in there. And then every day it's like drip content for 30 days. Every day there's a new picture with some glyphs on there. And then you're charged or you're challenged to transliterate and translate. And that's basically what it is. So it's 30 days challenge to get people to start reading the session again and to, get the conversation centered around the language and, spiral out from there and kind of get away from questions like you were just addressing, so that's pretty much it. It's a 30-day challenge starting November 1st. And hopefully everybody, joining is free, have some fun, pick up on your skills. It's a review for people who already, well into the studies. If it's new, then hey, we're going to be dealing with it. Similar like how we do the Freestyle Fridays. So you see the glyphs, you take a stab at it, then we just discuss it, and it's one for every day for the month of November. But it's dripped out. It's like drip content, but then we discuss it, at any point in time. So hopefully everybody will participate. So that was put together by Amy Cat.
All right, and I have the page being shown and shared on the screen of so just go to saberuniversity.com. It's a long link here, so hopefully there's a flyer or something on the homepage or something that links directly to it. Or just visit.
We're gonna showcase it on the front page. She literally just put that up there today. Yeah, okay,
it's already up there. So it's the first new post by Sister Emmy Cat. So you just click there and go to the challenge, and boom,
got two people in there already.
Already.
Right.
And y'all know that, with the exception of I, in the Shimsu Heru research team, we have actually two teachers of the Meta Nature So, we know that Brother Ujawu teaches, and Brother Sanjeti teaches as well. And so he has a course coming up starting in November. And this is the flyer. So start date is November the 17th, 8:30 p.m. There's a cost, and I think he breaks it down. You can do a continual payment. This is his email address, sanjeti@gmail.com. So if y'all want to learn Meta Nature, again, I recommend either one of these brothers. And Brother Sanjeti also teaches Dr. Raketi Armin's introductory Meta Nature. So you can access him directly or go through her institute. Ujawu was also taught by Dr. Raketi. So either way it goes, y'all in good hands, Brother Ujawu and Brother Sanjeti. So,
and that's good. That's
University. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, I was just saying, and that's just good. I think it's good because we need to get people equipped so that a lot of the conversations can mature. That's what I'm looking forward to. Hopefully, I'll see some more maturity in the conversations, and just got to see more of it. That's all.
Indeed.
Sorry.
All right. What's up?
I got another.
Hold up. It sounds like the microphone is in your throat.
Like his phone been making noise all night, so he's just moving about. Like
I have headphones on. It sound like you got 7D, 5D Dolby stereo or something. But I'm sorry, you were real loud just now.
I'm sorry about that. I got another question for you. Well, you can answer too, Joel. Do you both think that like the academic world should give spaces to people who produce good and quality works who are not necessarily like academics? And I'm just going to use an example of somebody who I know and who I'm close to, like my OG Robin Walker. He's not necessarily an academic, but he has produced, I would say, the greatest book on African history to date right now.
Mm-hmm.
And like, do you think that academia should be like a little bit more open to giving non-academics a space or a seat at the table just based off of the quality of the work, or do you think that you know it should kind of stay how it is? If you both understand my question.
Well, I'm kind of mixed on this for several reasons, and as somebody who would be considered an outsider in a particular subject, right? And that is, on one hand, you have to have a mechanism in place to ensure the integrity, of the field, right? And so, I believe that it should be open to others that are not necessarily degreed in that field, but at the same time, there's a certain the standard and the quality levels have to be known for the person to be able to enter that space and move fluidly in it, right? And so this is something that you know, like the Check on to Diop conference just passed. And my presentation was on the development of a new academic field, which I call Intucom. And it's a study of ancient Egypt within its, what I call is the Intu context, right? And so this is based upon, you know, some discoveries in linguistics and relationships between, you know, the customs amongst, you know, Bantu and ancient Egyptian, that there's enough evidence out there, there's enough text that it warrants its own study, its own unique study. And so in conceptualizing the academic space, I also conceptualized a standards board, right? That it's a group of individuals whose appointments rotate, right? Who all they do is monitor, discuss and debate, and organize and solidify, you know, what is going to be the standards of the field. So that, you know, of course, we know how to teach those who are coming in the field, but everyone outside of it understands and but have a place to go to know what we consider quality research within the field, right? So that just any and everybody, because this is the issue that I'm going to. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to mute your mic because again, your background is very loud. So this is the issue that Afrocentricity has had to deal with, because everyone is labeling any and everyone who talks Black or talks about Black people and Black issues, they automatically label them Afrocentric.
Ooh.
And Afrocentricity does not, you know, accept any and everyone that just talks about Black people and Black issues. Right? That's not the thing. And I'm going to mute you again because your background's loud every time you move. So, you know, with me coming from a software background, you know, you know, I'm used to kind of having, like, for example, the World Wide Web consortium, right? That put together it used to be called recommendations, but, you know, people didn't respond to recommendations quite too well. So they rebranded it and named them standards. And these are the best practices for developing content for the web, right? And you would just have to have been a software developer in the 90s and early 2000s to really kind of understand the browser wars that were going on and the issues of having to create multiple websites because different browsers didn't accept certain types of code and the like. And so what people started to do is to create these standards and these different ways of coding and techniques that is applicable to multiple browsers, and we didn't have to create these various different sites. So that's, you know, why, for example, we don't have two sites now, one for the mobile web and one for the browser, because now, you know, the standard is to create responsive design. And so there's code, there's JavaScript that'll detect, you know, the size of the medium that you're using, and then we'll switch to a different type of CSS file, you know, which reshapes your website to fit a mobile versus a thing, you know. So that, but there's a standards board, and I want to bring that culture into Africana studies. And again, you know, you can't force everyone to do anything, but as long as there's a standard there for those who, you know, want to make a contribution, they at least know what the level is. and the resources and the like to study and to be able to present, with that level in mind. And so it should be open, but at the same time, it just can't be a wild, wild west. That's what we have in the conscious community. That folks want to be teachers of stuff and don't know the basics of the field, and they want to debate and argue, and that's just not what we do. Because even you can contribute and you can even create new standards, but you would have to know what the standards are to know what their weaknesses are and how they can be strengthened with new methods and the like. You want to say something?
No, I agree with everything you said. I usually link it to or give the analogy with FDA for food and groceries. A lot of people want to grow their own foods or produce their own foods, but if you start to sell it to the general public, it has to be quality controlled. And so the FDA is supposed to represent that filtration process of quality control. And so on one side, you want it open, like you were saying. I mean, everything you were saying, you want to be inviting and open, but at the same time have some kind of quality control mechanism in place, which is the standards by which these things can be checked. And if you don't know those things, like any and everybody can't sell consumable goods to the public right now because of that standard that's in place. So it's the same thing with and if you do, you have to know what those regulations are, what those standards are, how to label your bottles, like put what goes on the label, what you have to disclose all the ingredients, tell all the nutritional facts, supplement facts, dietary nutrition facts, whatever. And these things are in place for a reason. And so with scholarship, these checking mechanisms are in place for a reason. And I learned that a long time ago. I used to think it was unfair, but I quickly learned why those things are in place, because I used to be a network administrator and computer programmer for this company. And because of my age, I was young. And because of my age, people that came on board and was hired in the company that I was training and teaching that didn't know jack was making more money than me. And I used to, I was kind of upset about that. But then, the old heads sat me down and explained, these standards and stuff. And because of, my age and everything, I thought it was unfair, but I kind of learned why that's in place, even though I still felt it was unfair. But, I kind of saw why certain things were in place. And I just use that as an example. But yeah, the FDA is an example for me with scholarship. So we need a scholarly or academic FDA.
Yeah, that's exactly why. Again, that was part of the conversation for the Into-Com discipline, and so I'm seeing kind of the shortcomings and the issues with Afrocentricity or Africology, even though they're more recently. Because even at the beginning of Africology's development, they didn't have research methods text, and so they were just developing theory and all of that. So the discipline, kind of got more stringent and tight over time, which is to be expected. But seeing that happen, and so when I'm in the process of developing a new discipline, I already have that in mind. So to take advantage of that knowledge, that's why I don't know what we would call it, but it's for general purposes, it's just a standard for it, and so that people know what the level, what are the expectations and the reasons why we do what we do. All right. So, but yeah, but Brother Larnell, you had something to say?
Now I kind of understand what you're saying is that there has to be like you wish that academia would be a lot more open,
Mm-hmm.
but at the same time it's like a wild wild west out here. And when you said that, that kind of made me think like like for every and keep in mind I love both of these men, to like the T, like for every John Henry Clark there is out there, who is, I would say, the standard of a black scholar, you will also have about 10 or 12 Runoko Rashidis.
Mm-hmm.
And then that would kind of mess up. You know what I'm saying? He was an excellent activist, what he did in India and everything. But, his scholarship is like, oh, why would you? No, there's not more black people in India than there is in Africa. What do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's no guarantee, regardless, that even if you have those standards and stuff in place, that again, that everyone is going to follow. The point is just to have them there, so folks will know at least what the level is, and that's why it's important to have research methods text. So a lot of Africana studies didn't have research methods text, and this is why it was in the state that is in. But like one of my mentors, the late Dr. James L. Conyers, research methods was just his thing, and he put together or edited several texts on research methods in Africana studies, in Africology. Matter of fact, it's one of his last texts before he passed. Let me see if I can find it on. It's an
Did he
expensive
write that?
text.
Did he write that book on Dr. Clark?
He
Was
wrote
it
a
a
book on
collection of
Dr.
his?
Clark.
Hmm?
He wrote one on Dr. Clark. He did that. So like he has a number of publications. Matter of fact, let me just share my screen while I search, because
I want to say
I've
that.
had. I'm sorry.
No, while you're looking, I was just gonna make a quick comment.
Oh,
To Brother Lionel. If you, because it made me think of something I saw earlier today. Like basketball, what it like you have street basketball, you may have some on the basketball court at your local parks and rec centers and things like that. But the NBA has certain standards to be able to play within the professional NBA. And basketball would not be basketball without its rules. So like for example, you can't hold the basketball and just run from one end of the court to the other and claim to be playing basketball, because that's a violation of the rules of basketball. If you step out of bounds and just run back in, or you kick the ball around with your foot, you just can't do those kind of things. And so standards um, being in place, whether people follow them or not, they're always good immutable points or devices in place so that you will know how to judge certain things. Now, whether people follow those standards is the same thing as people not following the rules of basketball. You get called a foul. The referee has to blow the whistle for whatever the reason.
mm-hmm.
And if it weren't for the rules, they wouldn't know what to blow a whistle on, or what would be a violation, what's not, and whatnot. And then even within basketball, over time, the rules themselves get reanalyzed and shaped and changed and amended. Like in the paint, when what was his name? Wilt Chamberlain was a player. There was no 3-second rule in the paint, so he could just stand in the paint and just be tossed the ball and score all day long. That's why he has a higher scoring average than a lot of centers out there. But then the 3-second rule came into play, and then that changed the game a bit. And so the same thing with scholarship. So I just want to drive that point home, that it's always about the standards and the rules and the methodologies and things like that. It's always got to be there.
Indeed.
That
And
makes sense.
hold on.
Yeah.
I just wanted to kind of point this out. So on the screen here, you see a research methods in Africana studies by Dr. Siri McDougall III. Now, I've had him on my program and we discussed this text. I have this text, but this came out in 2014, but a second edition came out in 2017. So I need to update my text. This is a revised edition, but you know, this is in the field of Africology here. He teaches out in, I forgot what school, but it's in San Francisco. But here's one of the texts from, you know, Dr. James Conyers, who he passed about a year or two ago. This is Qualitative Methods in Africana Studies. And then here's the other text, the Africana Methodology, right? A social study of research, triangulation, and meta theory, right? Like, let me see. Dr. Conyers has a whole bunch of books, and then there's some other ones on research methods. But that's like if you was in his office, you know, and had a conversation with him, that's all he would talk about is research methods, and Africana studies. And you know, he was always focused on the discipline of Africana studies, of Africology, and the like. And so he has a lot of text that he has written and edited text. So this is the text that I was talking about in answer to your question.
Is that a biography of Dr. Clark, or
is that what?
Is that book right there a biography of Dr. Clark, or is it a collection of his speeches? Because I got both of his speeches.
No, I think this is about the life of Dr. Clark, and there's another text by another brother who
because I got a biography written by one of his students. I forget what it's called. It's called like Dr. Charles Clark, Master Teacher, and then
it's another text, and he was at the University of Houston when I was there too. He wrote on Dr. Clark, and that's the one.
Is it the Africana Studies? I know which one you're talking about. It's like
it's by Dr. Ahati. Let's see. Ahati. This is the one.
I got that one.
Yeah, John Henry Clark and The Power of Africana History. I remember he was working on that too when I was at I used to visit because he was just working on his doctorate when he was teaching at U of H. So, but you know, matter of fact, I've been trying to reach him. I don't know where he's at now because I want him to come on the program to discuss this text.
He on Facebook. That's how I found him.
Yeah, but he not in the internet streets. You know, he old school. He on Beyond. So I tried reaching out there, and so I'm gonna have to just find out what university he is actually teaching at, and then try to email through his university because he used to be out here at Delaware State, which is not too far from here, but he went somewhere else after that. So. But you know, he has one of the good things about this text is that he has a good timeline of, you know, what he calls the Independent African Academy, right? So, like, you know, kind of in terms of that question of you know, the mainstream accepting those who are outsiders. You know, you got to understand for us the tradition for which, you know, we have been shunned out and systematically barred from being in those spaces, and why we have this independent African Academy in the first place. Like that has to be part of the discussion. Like these autodidacts didn't come out of nowhere, right? Like we have a long history and tradition of knowing how to study and knowing how to research and producing information and gathering information that is useful for our community. And so that that independent African Academy, kind of, it still exists, because the independent African Academy is what we're a part of right now. So although I'm in the private sector in terms of, well, I'm back in school now, and I don't do too much of my software development now. But for the most part, I'm in the private sector and not on college campuses, but I'm always on college campuses. And, I'm either brought in to speak, I'm in, different conferences and the like. So I'm still there in academia, but I'm also in the community in this space, trying to share and keep the folks in the community updated. That's always been the part of the Independent African Academy. They got one foot in the academy and one foot out, because as we've always, argued, the information that we learn in the ivory tower, we share with the people in the community who is interested in this space, but who don't either have the time or resources to dedicate themselves into learning this in particular African spaces. And so, but the esoteric community kind of took over in the 90s, and that's what leads to the modern day quote unquote conscious community, which you see here.
Valentine and Bobby Hemmett.
Exactly.
The sex magic lecture, all that
all of those
crazy.
kind of crazy, stuff. But that comes out of the religious sector, and it didn't have an academic stint, but the fact that they're reading books makes it appear as if they come out of the Africa. So that's what, like, the confusion comes in, and why you have all this kind of craziness in this community today, because these scholars were getting old and dying off, and
Right.
or either retiring. So in the 70s and 80s, you had the Dr. Clarks, you had the John G. Jacksons, you had the Marimba Anis, Naeem Akbars, et cetera, et cetera. But then they just got old, and then they weren't up with technology, because they were of a different generation. And so
generation.
when folks started having, the camcorders started being more accessible, certain people started, doing their own lectures, and they were able to sell, you have people like Sa Netter bootlegging lectures. This is how they're getting out in information. They're selling them on the streets and the like, and so you have more advanced and serious scholars, and not saying that there's anything necessarily wrong with them, but you have people who had advanced the scholarship at a very high level. However, they weren't in the communiversity, and they didn't embrace the technology to be able to join the community and convey. But we know pseudo folks, they love technology, and will pop this damn internet, these webcams on and their cell phones and talk all day. And so the internet is flooded with all kinds of craziness and misinformation, because the serious, like I don't know why Dr. Ahati doesn't have a channel, right? Why doesn't he have his own channel? Like, there's so many people who I know personally. Like, I'm trying to get Dr. Keita, like, I'm building a website for Dr. Shamaka Keita, and we're trying to figure out the best way in which he can have more access to the community, so he can start sharing and getting folks to understand. and hopefully inspire some more people to become biological anthropologists, because he's like the only one in his field that engages, the ancient Egyptian question and the classical African historical question in a very serious way. But the thing is, Dr. Schumacher Keita, he's about to be in 70s soon.
He ain't got no time to be on the internet like that. He got to rest.
And he got in. And ironically, even though he's in his 60s, he recently, relatively, like within the last 4 or 5 years, had a child.
What?
And so he's married to a Kenyan woman, a woman of the collagen people, and so he's dealing with household, like he's dealing with his household here, and then in Kenya. So his children kind of go back and forth. So,
man, you said this thing in the 60s.
Yeah, he on some what you call it?
And multiply.
What's his name? From the Isley, Ronald Isley. Ronald Isley was on that same in his 70s, almost 80s or something now. It seems like he was knocking him out even in his old age. But the point is that he our first, because I met him physically way back in like 2010 2011, but only more recently, like within the past 6 or 7 years, that I got to kind of know him on a more personal level. And so our first meetup and interaction, I'm showing him how to work a camera.
What?
He bought an expensive camera. So y'all know I do photography and video, and so he wanted me to teach him how to do that stuff. But he ain't messed with none of that. It was more personal for him to take photos of his family, right? So, but I'm like, man, if you have this equipment, you could be utilizing this and making. But he's a busy man, and so like he really more so needs a team behind him. Some people that will volunteer to like interview him, to make videos and edit and put it online. Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of time to just kind of dedicate it to him. But I volunteered, to build his website. We're working on the book, for him. And because he's not of the book people. He's scientific articles. That's just, he's in science. So that's what they value. They don't value books. They value peer review articles. That's what they do. So but it's those kind of things that we have to consider, like the older, like, he's not like me. I grew up literally as the personal PC evolved and became accessible to people in the community. So, if you talk to a young person now about a B floppy drive, they will look at you crazy.
Yeah,
listen, they don't know, man. They don't know the struggles, man.
At all.
They don't know the fact that when you have a hard drive that was, if you had 100 megabyte hard drive, that was the Bugatti of computers back in the day. Just 100
exactly.
meg. And let alone what is it, like 2048, would it be a 2 meg RAM, like the max? If you had that you were that was like a supercomputer back then, carrying around those, not the, you talking about the 1.44 floppy, the harder floppy.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm talking about the 5 1/4 the real floppy, the ones that flopped.
Yeah, so you had different drives back in the day. So when you go on your PC and the main hard drive is labeled C.
Yeah.
That's because you had the A drive, which is these kind of big, kind of hard cartridges, and then you had the B floppy disk. It was these big square black discs, and you could not touch them. Like you had to like grip them on the edge and put them in And this back in the day when you had to turn the computer on from the back and it had to warm up like black people cars in the 80s and early 90s. If you're from the hood, you had to let the car warm up first before you took off. That's how it was. And the screens were green. Like kids would not understand those days and in the early days of the internet when you had to plug it up and you heard the internet cutting on and connecting, that unique sound, and the like. But I grew up with that, so of course I adapted to that stuff. That's just all I've been doing. But if you are already old by that time, but even still, like I'm at the crossover, so I remember the typewriter in typing essays on a typewriter. And this was before the typewriter had the ability to backspace and erase. So I still had access to typewriters that when you typed it, you had to know what you was doing, because if you messed up once, the whole thing was ruined. Like that's how old school I am, with this stuff. And so when John Henry Clark is already old by this time, Dr. Ben is old by this time, come the 80s. They're not dealing with technology like that. And so, it's a good thing that, as we're growing older, that we're growing older utilizing the technology. That's why we can have these conversations in these spaces comfortably and share what we share. But unfortunately, a lot of folks, that's just not their thing. And it's sad because, pseudo people love internet and it will connect all kinds of ways on this mug and be talking about nothing. But
yeah, that's crazy though. That's crazy. Those time chronological reflections, I think it's needed though. People don't understand the struggles, because you lose appreciation for the here and now by not knowing the process of development and the evolution of things. You don't really appreciate things, and I think that's part of the here and now so-called conscious community, is the lack of that awareness to really appreciate those kind of things. I mean, it goes for all areas, but the example is about the computers.
The ability just to take like your phone, to be able to just sit here and take a photo. I come from back in the day where you had to have you either had the Polaroid that took it on, you had to wait a second and let the to shake it. So when Andre 3000 talking about shake it like a Polaroid picture, like a lot of these folks won't get that reference in this day and age and what that means. Like they don't know what it means to drop a dime on somebody. There's no more payphones. And even if they access to a payphone, it probably have 25 cents as the cost, not a dime. Like I'm from back in the day when it was an actual dime.
Right. Right.
So yeah, I'm old. As you can see, I don't know if I can see the pepper.
Even the high speed internet, it was dial up. Everything was dial up, and there was no graphic interface. There was no UI with a graphic. There was no sending pictures was unheard of. Like no video. It was all pure text. It was just pure text. CompuServe, IRC, Internet Relay Chat Systems. I go way back there. And AOL was like the game changer though.
Yeah, mail.
That was a dial-up though, even still. But everybody and their mother got AOL because they had I think they had the most fiercest marketing campaign ever, because everybody got those discs in the mail.
I don't know, like the feeling, like, and it's sad though, because a lot of folks don't understand the joy of it being Friday night and you going to Blockbuster
Oh
to
yeah,
get a
just
video cassette,
on
written some movies,
Yep.
right? Or going to a Pizza Hut,
right
and
next door.
or an arcade, like a real arcade, like to meet girls and like it was more hands on everything.
I
That's
rented all
crazy.
game from Blockbuster back in the day, and I get a thin crust pizza and them spicy wings, the 911 wings from next door, and I straight up be playing I'd beat a whole game in a weekend. I wouldn't have to buy no games.
And you
I'd be
don't know
beating all games.
nothing about Bad Dudes and when Street Fighter first came out and how that just changed the game forever.
Tekken was the game that changed it for me.
You said
But
what?
he
Tekken?
said Tekken. Hey, man, it
Nah,
wasn't until they
you gotta
added
go
Eddie
back. You gotta
Gordo.
go back.
Yeah. If they didn't add Eddie Gordo, it wouldn't have been. But it was Street Fighter because it was Bad Dudes. The Street Fighter was the official. You weren't, And then because you also had Contra. You know what I'm saying? Like Contra changed the game.
Nah, see y'all don't go. You see, yeah, that's the combat games. But what about Cubert and Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. and all of that? I mean, Galaxy.
But even still, like even the sports games, like when you weren't black and official until you had Tecmo Bowl. Like you weren't nobody in the hood if you didn't have Tecmo Bowl, right?
What is it?
Or if you played Double Dribble, because I think Double Dribble was like the first game that actually like talked. It was like Double Dribble. We was like, oh, and then they had the little, raggedy, slow motion, dunking, and all this other kind of stuff. And then Tetris when the handheld consoles came out, and
listen. What about the handheld console of this football game was nothing but dots, and you had to like go from one end of the screen to the other, and
it was just like
through.
Was it the tennis kind of?
Oh
like,
no, that's
the bar. Like, does that go back too far?
No, that's Atari. Yeah, you talking about Atari.
Yeah.
Now I'm talking about before the video consoles. It was a handheld game that had a football configuration that looked like Orion star constellation with three dots and then one, and you had to get to the other side and you just keep on going until you make 100 yards to score the touchdown. Like that's back in the day. See, that's even before SARS. SARS look perplexed right now. He's like, what?
No. I remember all that.
You
remember
stuff. That? All right.
Yeah. I remember all that stuff. And the spaceship game, the spaceship that was at the bottom.
Yeah,
that would shoot. Yeah. But the graphics was terrible. Looking at it now, of course. But back then, you couldn't tell us nothing.
Right.
What about street football where you got to jump off walls and tackle people? Because that was like kind of GameCube was like kind of my generation, and PS1 rather. Oh man,
you go way after. That's
way after. See,
if y'all want to talk about struggle,
you skipped in television and
I know.
Sega.
Like there was 3 channels in life when I was growing up. Like literally, there was only 3. And then when cable came out, and you had the little cable box that you would punch the channels to get these extra channels, that was coming up. That was technology back in the day. Like I'm from back in the day when you
television
went into a black man's house, and he would have this long, tall radio set up with the record player on top, like the kind of radio in between. You would have the tweezers, not the tweezers, but the equalizer and the big knobs, on the radio, and then the tape saying deck, and then it had an empty spot at the bottom where you could put your records, and then you had these tall speakers. All that is now on this one device. But back in the day, it was mad big, and that was just part of the setup, and even the big flat. It wasn't a flat TV. It was just a big long TV. You had the big TV on the ground. It had a record player on top of it. It had the speakers on the side. Like these are the days that I come from. So the kids now will look at that. Yeah, children were remotes.
Yeah, we were remote controls.
See, y'all was around when television came on and went off at a certain time. Y'all old.
Yep.
No, that's true. You had the TV station goes to sleep at snow.
Yep.
Like if y'all wanted a color TV, like if y'all wanted a color TV, y'all would have to grab some colored paper and put it on the TV and make it.
I'm not that far back.
We're not that. Yeah, I'm not. But the show before the snow came on was MASH. I never liked it. MASH was my time to go to bed.
That was my alarm. Man, MASH was equivalent to the street lights coming on outside.
Exactly. That show MASH, Hogan's Hero, and then MASH, and then I'm like, I'm done. I'm not watching MASH.
You hated that theme song, huh? Do 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 do. Like,
nah, just the show was just not my cup of tea.
It was garbage.
And Benny Hill. I remember Benny Hill.
Man,
nah, they need to have a but see, I'm saying all of that we're saying, if you don't keep in mind and really see the evolution of the change of things, you really don't appreciate the here and now. And I think there's a gap. I think there's something, we dropped the ball. We dropped the ball to not reinforce that. If for nothing else, just the level of appreciation people should have for what we have right now and how it came to be as a development process. Like it's a development. It's not like snap, crackle, pop, and then it's here. It's a development. Even the cell phones. I remember cell phones, big old bricks you put on the side of your face with the attachable thing that like a purse.
Man, if you had a car with a phone in it, man, you was a street legend.
Yeah,
that's all I could say. But it to kind of bring it back to the spirit of the earlier conversation, and bringing back Dr. Shamarka Keita, one of the things that he gave me a pre-copy of a journal article that is coming out of his, and it has to deal with kind of the evolution of this idea of the Hermetic hypothesis, and critically evaluating Seligman and some of his students, and in conversations with Dr. Keita, he always reminds me that we need people to do a history of the discipline, to be able to trace the origins of ideas and methods, and to put it in a single place so that people can understand why we do what we do, and the ups and downs of the field as it has progressed over the years. And so, people don't appreciate and understand, when we're saying that, you should do it like this. And it's not just because, if it was the case in the first place that the white man says so. It's like, no, when you look at the history of the discipline and you see the early mistakes, because, as I always say, you can tell the value of a thing by the kinds of relationships it creates. right? You could tell the quality in the terms of in terms of scholarship itself. You can tell the quality of it by the results, the consistency, the reliability, and the like of the results, and how you're able to eliminate hypotheses by using certain methods, right? Like this stuff didn't just appear out of nowhere. It's different scholars over the years who have been arguing and debating and presenting and dismissing and calling each other out of names and coming together and hugging afterwards. You know, a couple 100 years and decades, it becomes what we understand it as now, right? And so this is very important to know in terms of the history of a discipline and the evolution of certain types of thought, or especially certain schools of thought, because a lot of times, we'll come into a situation where you will pick up a book and it may be dated because it's arguing in a certain type of tone and language and research methods that's not accepted in this day and age, right? And so you got to know why this particular argumentation is no longer accepted, in terms, for example, like the Hermetic hypothesis. But then, if you understand that history, you know how to argue against people who are still using these outdated concepts, like North African, Sub-Saharan African, all this other kind of stuff that is not applicable, and problematic, for developing an accurate model that reflects reality as we can understand it in this day and age. So, that evolutionary piece in terms of tracing the history and the evolution of certain thought. And I made sure that I did that when it came to discussing the meaning and the application of the word Kemet for this first volume. Because I had to go through that process. Like, who was the first one to argue that Kemet means black land, and why doesn't the first dictionaries define the word Kemet? Right? Like, why is it Kemet equals Egypt and not the black land? So, what was the motivation for the first one to put that argument in a text, and then who were the subsequent researchers to adopt it? Was there any pushback? And if not, why so? Like, all of that stuff comes into play when you're doing an etymology, of a term such as Kemet. And so it has practical applications just in real life, just kind of understanding where you are even in technology, and how, like this one little device here, back in my day, as we would say, would be technologies that would fill this room. Because you have a camera, a video recorder, you can edit video with this. It has, the ability to type and take notes. That was your typewriter back in the day. You can play music, so you don't have to carry crates anymore. I don't have to dig into crates. I can just search.
I was gonna say your whole record collection is walking with you.
Exactly.
And even the phone part, remember, to dial long distance, there was literally a phone operator that had to plug and patch you in with the phono cords at call centers.
Yep. And think about it, even the concept of just sending an email. Like, there was no email. You had to physically send mail. So you had to write out the letter and things and lick a stamp and mail it. And so it would be days.
Yeah.
So communication, like people don't, to use, I forgot which one of y'all. I think it was you. Understand the struggle.
Yeah, I think that's to our detriment. I think the technology explosion of the internet was in 1992, 1993, when it became consumer public. I think that's to our detriment though, because I don't think things were in place. Like we didn't have the periphery mechanisms in place for such a thing and its development, because that quick access, it just brought all the standards that we were talking about earlier. It brought everything down because everything became accessible. Society wasn't prepared for the average Joe Blow having a voice and being influential, or even seeing all the other stuff. It was just kind of like the Wild Wild West. No regulations. Like how do you handle cross border interactions when we're governed by the laws of the United States and under its jurisdiction? But yeah, we're communicating with people that's under a totally different set of laws and things like that. So all that stuff had to be developed on the fly.
That's why, like, I was watching a TikTok video. Well, there's a certain trend that they asked a question based upon your profession, right? What are 5 things that you wouldn't do? And this one lawyer came up and said that she would not go on a cruise. And the reason being that if something happened on the cruise, there's all kinds of issues, depending on how far in the waters you are. Because if a crime happens, is it a crime in the jurisdiction or is it any jurisdiction?
Right.
And because they just can't just come, if you're in international waters, so she's saying like you're basically really not safe in, on a cruise legal wise if something was to happen, whether you got sick, if there was a murder, who gets bodies, and then of course if you fall in the sea for some odd reason, because people are always jumping off on the side of the ships, and people not realizing that it's not like a 5 foot, what is it, the 10-foot edge of the pool when you jumping off the edge.
No,
you're hitting like concrete, from that distance up, so but in a different way, it still kind of has those fundamental issues that you brought up in terms of essentially jurisdiction and application of laws on the international.
But all this technology, it brought all the standards down. You could look in you could pick any area of major area. Like we could look at entertainment and narrow it down to music. Because of technology, everybody and their mother can grab a microphone for $20. A DAW system or Fruity Loops or whatever, produce something, and then bam, they can claim to be, an entertainer, rapper, whatever the case is, and be seen and exposed in the right timing and whatnot, and get a lot of exposure, a lot of likes and whatnot, but be utterly garbage based on other standards. Case in point, this mumble rap stuff or whatever.
Yeah,
no offense, no offense, brother. I know. Let me stop. You probably like that. Don't count me.
But no, somebody. I was watching TikTok. I think this was today, and they was having a conversation of. I think somebody had did a video. So the video that I was watching was actually a stitch to the original video. So I haven't seen the original video, but if I recall, the person in the original video was asking, like, or saying that, you know, like there's no more stars in this generation. And I think they were faulting Michael Jackson for being like too big. But then the person who stitched was like, no, in the 80s, the 70s, 80s, and 90s, you just had to actually be good and talented. And the avenues wasn't just easily accepted. Any and everybody could come. Like there was a proving ground.
Yeah.
So by the time you came out to the public, you know, you were already, for the most part, had been polished and your talent. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Let me add to that, because there's somebody who recently is blowing up that everybody is talking about. There's this real thick, light-skinned, redhead girl that just blew up. Her name Ice Spice.
Okay.
And if y'all heard that song, that dude a munch, he eat it for lunch. She real thick, and all she do is like twerk, and she's like a natural redhead. And that song had blew up on TikTok. But then what happened was she tried to perform that song live, and from the clips that I saw, it was terrible. Everybody was booing her. You know, all them twerking that she did on stage, that didn't save her. So that's what I want to add. Like, a lot of us are kind of, social media has given people who don't have necessarily talent, well, a following, you know. Same with, you know, YouTube and everything, and even Twitter, you know.
Yeah. Even in the context, it doesn't even have to be about musical talent. Like even in the context of interviewing and putting on a show, like folks don't even know how to, you know, ask certain questions that invoke the person being interviewed to fully kind of flush it out and to let them talk. Right? Like you'll get people who, you know, think this is a barbershop and they can just kind of interrupt and they just on the corner and so nobody learns nothing because it's a whole bunch of interrupting. There's like,
That's what Vlad be doing on his show.
who?
That's what Vlad be doing on his show. He DJ Vlad, the dude that be interviewing rappers. He be interviewing. I mean, he be interrupting every 5 seconds.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people who do that, and I hate it, you know, because I want to hear what the guests like, especially in this conscious community space. You know, one good example, and I don't mean that because I don't even want to invoke his name, but when the video I showed of Brother Reggie interviewing Dr. Carr and the other dude, like he kept interrupting them. And like he would ask him a question and then he'll interrupt them as they start to begin, and then he'll go to another subject before they even got a chance to answer the question. And like people in the, you know, I was thinking this, but you know, I know Brother Reggie because he always does it. Like one of the reasons why he's upset at me is because I told him to shut up, you know, because he talked too much. But like people in the audience was like, dang, let the brother finish. Like, you know, Gail does that sometimes, you know,
Gail
from the, you know, Oprah Winfrey's home girl.
Oh, Gail
King.
King. Oh, she
Yeah.
cool. She cool. She kind of cute. She can do whatever she wants to.
And that's why I said sometimes, but she ain't as bad as who. It's I forgot who it was. Somebody. I was just so mad. I just can't stand when when folks don't let folks finish their thoughts, you know. And I understand if somebody's going for a long time, you just want to kind of get in there and kind of, you know, break up the monotony and force the person to land the thought wherever it is. But you know, you can't just interrupt them and they didn't even get a chance to halfway answer the question. Like that's just, you know, terrible. But the point being is that, you know, folks they don't take communication classes no more. Like they don't have to go through that process of learning. Like when you look at the old interviews of like Tony Martin and
Really?
Lester, what is it, Middleton? I forgot his name.
Yeah, Middleton.
Yeah, all those.
Lesterville Middleton.
Yeah, Lesterville Middleton. Like when you watch those old interviews,
Gil Noble.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's it's a conversation, and there's a good pause and letting the other person. He's, like it's an actual interview. Like folks don't do that no more. And I'm like, why don't y'all like study the greats? And do that.
When I interviewed Dana Reynolds Marniche with the help of Robin Walker, he also asked a lot of questions because he knew more about the Moors than I did. But in the interview was like 3 hours and 8 minutes, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked like Dana about her life and work, how she told me she worked with Zahi Hawass and the things that he said to her and everything like that. I let Dana talk for 3 hours and 8 minutes. And I didn't know she was so long-winded. Where my head started to hurt because I didn't have my UV raised, but I let her talk about everything.
I had to do that with but if you know Dr. Leonard Jeffries, he's just gonna go. So this is my question to Dr. Jeffries. How are you doing today, Dr. Jeffries? Go on for 3.5 hours of history, interactions with Sheikh Abdul Diop and the Senegal and the stack. He's just going to go off because that's just what he do. I understood this coming in, so I didn't have a whole bunch of questions. It's just like 1 or 2 questions, and you just let Dr. Leonard Jeffries go. That's just how you do it with it. Other folks that got to kind of coach. Some folks are just kind of you kind of have to feel it. So like if you ask a certain question and they kind of really short with it, you got to like rephrase your questions to kind of force them to talk. They may not be media savvy in that sense. So you just kind of have to address yourself. But
it's an art to interviewing. Like you got to make it seem like it's a conversation. It's an art.
Yeah,
like,
it really is. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just an art. Like, and even really the best thing is to just let people talk. Especially like because that but it's an art, man, and people they even now with one more thing about like the social media thing, like even I'll be looking at some scholars, well, some people like today where they might be interviewed by some obscure YouTube channel, but then the scholar that they interview is just sitting on their couch, and they sitting on their couch, and I'm like, you ain't even got no books behind you. Like, what are you doing? Like, come on now. You gotta be a little better a little bit, but hey,
Yeah. Well, let me address this question here, Brother Asar. What do you think of Brother Reggie's presentation on quantum physics in ancient Egypt? I have no opinion because I haven't seen it, and frankly, I don't care. Just being honest, and that's really all I have for that. Isn't that?
Wait a minute. Wait. Where's the presentation on demonstrating competency in quantum physics? Period. First,
look, yeah. So I know all that I've been studying for these number of years, so that I can be able to have that serious conversation. Because again, I'm preparing a text. Quantum field theory is African inheritance, or African heritage, I should say. And it requires a lot. So again, I don't know, and I really don't care.
what was that one dude that you had interviewed that African dude that wrote about the God theory or something. His name was Simon Ozebo or something. You know what I'm talking about? Simon Ozebo. And you said you kept trying to talk to him, but every time you called him,
Dr. Gabriel Yibo.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't see, and this is the thing. Like, I've run in, I may have to do a show one day on just my interactions with certain folks, right? And there's just certain Africans on the continent that you can't understand and penetrate whatever is going on in their head. And like, it's just on some, like, when I first interacted with Dr. Salu, right? I was looking, I was doing a lot of research and trying to see if there was anything solid on the claims by certain Yoruba people that their ancestors, migrated from ancient Egypt, right? And I came across an abstract for a brother, Dr. Abdul Salu, who was going to present at the Egypt in its African context that happened in 2009 in Europe. And and so I asked him, I found out his email address. I sent him an email address. I told him I'm doing this kind of research. Is your work published on this, because I would like to review it and cite it in my larger research. And he's saying that it's going to be a minute before he publishes it, and so this is kind of some preliminary work, right? So some 2 years later, going to this conference in Atlanta, this ancient Egyptian conference, he's going to be there. He's speaking about the same subject. So excited that he's going to be there. When I'm there, I'm still, and in between, and in 2 years had gone by, I would just randomly, send an email to see if there was an update on his scholarship. And there was no update. And so I see him at this conference and he's from Nigeria, first and foremost. He's a native Yoruba speaker. And so he is there at the conference, and by this time I have been already doing my own Yoruba research, Yoruba linguistic research. And I finally get a chance to see his presentation, and I was highly disappointed.
Oh God.
And I was like, how, so I pulled him to the side afterwards. I'm like, how are you getting these correspondences? And I'm like, based upon my research on this and this more so aligns with this based on regular sound meaning. So, of course, he's in his feelings. And, so his first question to me is, well, do you have a PhD?
Oh God.
Right? And I'm like, no, I don't have a PhD. And he was like, well, I have the PhD and I studied under Obinga. Right. So like, basically, who are you to disagree with my findings, and yada yada yada. And this happened not once but twice. Because the second time this happened, we got into a discussion and a debate at one of the Sheikh Anta Diop conferences. It probably was that same year or the next year. And he brought it up again. I studied under Rubinga. I got the PhD, or you ain't got the PhD, right? And like, this kind of like, was kind of like the first in these kind of interactions that in terms of hostility from these African scholars that I was receiving about, trying to access and penetrate their work. And what pissed me off about it is I didn't know that his actual PhD dissertation, Dr. Salu's, was on the on the subject itself. So when I first, hollered at him back in 2008, going into 2009, he didn't tell me that he had a PhD dissertation on the subject and I can review it. Right? And so he's trying to keep it a secret. But, after obtaining it, I see why he didn't, because it just sucked. Right? And I don't know how he got his PhD dissertation, because I can tell that there was no linguist on his dissertation committee that could challenge those claims findings that was in the text. But, and so around this same time, this is when I try to reach out to Dr. Gabriel Yibo, because I'm trying to, understand more about his God Almighty Grand Unified Field Theory. And, he is just elusive. He doesn't want to be found. And, you have to go through that other dude who's always,
Yeah, the Hebrew Israelite dude.
And then when I finally get a number for his quote institute, was really his living room, and he answers the phone, he then tries to say that he's not him. Like Dr. Oyibo, I know what you sound like. I've heard your voice. Like it's very unique. It's very different. Like, so, you trying to act like you ain't you on the phone is very suspect to me. And unlike Dr. Salu, I had it. His actual work is solid. And I'm wondering why somebody with this type of knowledge and this type of solid work is an utter ass and doing all this other kind of crazy stuff of being nominated for the Nobel Prize and so. None of this stuff is substantiated.
He said outside that, or when he was on there, that he had a Nobel Peace Prize. I was looking for it. I'm like, Gabriel, you know?
I'm like, and then like, for example, when it came to just more recently with Dr. Capocici Sandro Capocici, asking him questions, like he'll challenge a point that you make, but when you challenge him to prove something, I didn't come here to debate. What the hell you? I'm just wondering, like, what is up with
He did
these?
that Dr. Clark on you.
But it's not that he couldn't Dr. Clark be on this issue, and so it wasn't like, again, I make sure that I'm not combative or anything, remember, and you got to understand, he reached out to me in my support of Mboli's argument in terms of the development of the plural in the ancient Egyptian language. So you came to me. So now when I ask you a question, now all of a sudden you're too good to answer questions and to respond critically. Like, that's problematic. And I just hope that I'm never like that with, or being perceived like that with anyone who has interacted with me.
Well, you know what's interesting about like a lot of PhDs?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of PhDs, once they get their PhD or they become head of a certain department, they stop writing. Once they get tenure, they basically stop doing what they're supposed to do, and then they feel that they have a PhD. You can't tell them anything. Like that's a common, you know what I'm saying? That arrogance almost, but not all of them are like that. But universities that have that publish or die stuff that don't, but so you got to just take it as it is. He said, I have a PhD. That just means he couldn't say nothing else to you. So he had that to fall back on. I have a PhD. You're just a writer,
Exactly. But it's see, people try to and to go back to your earlier question, this is why it's important to know what it is that you're talking about. Because when you studied enough, you know exactly what questions to ask. And based upon the questions that you ask, that's when they know that they can't just summarily dismiss you. Because you couldn't have been able to formulate that kind of question unless you had a strong background and understanding in the field. That's why I like when I ask all these folks with PhDs and who be trying to defend, for example, Shekanta Joke or any of these folks when it comes to this question of Kemet, I'll ask as a simple question. Okay, well, what is the name of the publication where this has been proven using these standard methods, and that we can go over this together? We can go line by line over it together. Ask them that question. Why does every single body, when you ask them for proof of the concept from the quote unquote experts, from the PhDs, they can never provide the source where the work has been done? And if you had that information, you would have showed it already. That's how you know.
I don't have to.
Indeed. Peace and blessings to what is it? Carobla or Caribbean? I'm sorry, my screen is small if I'm mispronouncing the KC. But you can inform us of how to correctly pronounce your name, and welcome to the Mbongi.
Thank you. It's
All right.
Karobia.
Say it again.
Karobia.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Regardless of our ranting, what's on your mind?
Karobia.
Yes.
Yeah, you can say Karofia, like that's the way you pronounce it, Karofia.
Karofia. All right. I'll practice. I've been messing up names all night. But peace and blessings and welcome to the program. What's on your mind?
Oh, thank you so much. So I'm from Kenya.
All right.
Yeah, and I just recently subscribed to your channel. I've been learning about linguistics. I'm a fan of linguistics. Yeah, so I've been learning about linguistics, and I just discovered you and some of the other people, like Theophil, Obenga. Yeah, and it's good to join the panel, and hopefully I can ask some questions.
All right, no problem. Well, let me ask this first. What is your native language?
Kikuyu.
Kikuyu, okay.
Kikuyu. Yeah.
All right. And
Mau.
What did you say?
I said Mau.
Yeah, I'm a son of Mau.
Indeed. All righty. So, what's your first question?
So like I've been reading stuff about the Greenberg comparison method, and actually I learned from you that the mass comparison method is not really scientific.
Mm-hmm.
But there are some words which when you in my Kikuyu language, I can compare them to the you say Chikam, Kemetic language. Chikam, you call it Chikam.
Yes.
So there are some words which I see some very close comparison, especially for the word for my art, the word for I, the word for those two words are the ones which come to my mind as of right now.
Yes, I
Yeah.
in the upcoming book.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't this book. It was. I have a book that came out in 2021 on Orisha. Chiluba Maweja, Yoruba, Orisha, and ancient Egyptian Oct. All right, a linguistic exploratory journey or analysis, and I started using some Gikuyu or Kikuyu in my analysis, because I primarily deal with Chiluba in the Democratic Republic of Congo. But what I found over the years, besides Chiluba and Kikongo, is because they're very kind of conservative languages, but a lot of the so-called Bantu languages that are around the Great Lakes, preserve many of the old terms and the old forms, and preserve some of even the conditions, the sound change conditions that help to explain certain variations even in ancient Egyptian. And I said that I was going to use more. I have a like one or two dictionaries of the language. So, but to be able to go into some of the grammar and learn the grammar, like that's a focus of mine in the future. But it's good to have a native speaker, on the program. And so, what would you say is a correspondence for Ma'at for you based on your language?
Or in Kikuyu, when you want to say the word for truth in Kikuyu is ma. Yeah, is ma. When you want to say for truth, I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah.
Is ma. And now ma'at, and the T denotes the feminine, the T suffix denotes the feminine. So the Ma'a was like Ma'at was the goddess of truth and justice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in Kikuyu, if you want to say Ma'a, you say the truth, Ma, truth. That means truth. And then Maito, we have our word Maito, which means my mother. Yeah. So if you want to say my mother, you say Maito. You see now that one has the T and it denotes a feminine, a woman.
See, and
but I know I'm using the mass comparison method and it's not really scientific, but it just has some.
See, now what's going to be important for your analysis, because I don't know if you're in Kenya or you're just from Kenya, but
I'm in Kenya. I'm in Kenya right now, Nairobi.
Okay. There are other groups in the country. For example, the Kalenjin. And
Kalenjin, yeah.
And their oral tradition states that they came from ancient Egypt and migrated south and ended up in places like Kenya, Uganda, and the western part of Ethiopia, right?
Yeah.
And so for example, like they have a word manit. That means truth, verity, reality, accuracy, truthfulness, truism, certainty. And but the main root is man, meaning true.
Man.
And so the comparative method would be put in place to ensure that your variation of the word true is not a borrowing and an adaptation from collagen. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why the comparative method is important, because knowing this history and knowing these other languages, which are not like very closely related, but because you are in close proximity and y'all been interacting for hundreds of years, you know, it's possible to borrow words, and that's why we got to be careful. And so, so because they also have like a term mat, and it's a whole system of social governing, kind of like in ancient Egypt. But it also doubles as a word for fire, and because of this paronymy in the language, they have articulated in a way like mat is something that is inherited.
Yeah,
you know, like you inherit a certain social obligation, you know, to people in your age grade and stuff. Like it's a whole thing. So I don't know if you are familiar with Dr. Kip Kuich Sambu.
Yes, Kipkoech Arab Sambu.
Yeah. So
I have just had a little bit of what you're saying, but not as deeply as you've described it.
Yeah, like matter of fact, because I know like his books, you know, may be kind of hard to find now, and I don't know if he's done like a new reprint, but I have his PhD dissertation, which was on his people's migration to present Kenya. So, you know, if you send me an email at let me find my email. If you send me an email and just kind of put Sambu or collagen in the using, or I mean in the title and the subject, then I'll send you the PhD dissertation. But it has some of his linguistic arguments. He's kind of like a mass comparator as well. I had to try to get him out of that, but you know, he's the elder, so you know how that is. But yeah, like there's other forms of the words that you may not even realize is actually you know, cognate, for example, with my, but it may not sound the like. So like for instance, in Kikongo, the word that is cognate for ma'at is lungu.
Ilungu.
Lungu. Which means lungu. And it means you know, justice, righteousness, you know, verification, all this other kind of stuff, right? I'm trying to see if I have heard someone just come in, and we have Sister Emmy Ket in the building. Peace and blessings. Another person from Kenya in the house. So it's a Kenya takeover. So welcome to the Mbongi, Sister Emmy Ket.
Dua, thank you for having me on your panel, and you know, I'll just let you continue if I don't want to interrupt.
No, I'm trying to find this dang dictionary. See, when you have so many PDFs, you know, and your naming conventions ain't right, and you ain't organized all the way. Let me go in my Bantu folder. See, do I have it as Kikuyu or Gikuyu? Oh. That's a
it's Gikuyu. Gikuyu.
I know, but like some texts have it as Gi, and others have it as Ki. And
Gi is from like the tribal definition is Gi.
Yeah. And that's Kirundi. Even though this is a good dictionary too. I'll find it another time. And Kinyarwanda, Swahili. Of course, Chiluba in the building. PBL. While I'm sorry. Was there a question that you had?
At some point when you're talking about Kipkoech Arap Sambo and his dissertation, you say that the word manit in Kalenjin is related to some form of governance, right?
Mat, yes.
Yeah. So like in Kikuyu, the name for Council of Elders, which, and Council of Elders is of course related to the whole system of governance in the community. The word for Council of Elders was Kiama Ma, like the Council of Truth and Justice. The word for council is Kiama.
If you don't mind me asking, how do you can you spell that for us?
Kiama is Kiama. Kiama is like a council.
Okay, Kiama.
Yeah, Kiama.
And Ma being the part of it being true or justice.
Yeah, and Kiama is the council. Kia is off. Kia is off. KIA.
KIA. Okay. Kiama.
Yeah, and then Ma'a is like the truth or justice. Yeah, Kiama. The council of truth and justice.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
In Kiswahili,
I'm sorry. Go on. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In Swahili, we have chama. I think chama corresponds with kiama. Yeah. So yeah, in Swahili, in Kiswahili.
Indeed. See, this is why it's important to. This isn't an exhaustive dictionary here, but I just found one of my dictionaries. But it's broken up. See, this isn't it isn't like a straight dictionary where it's just raw, from A to whatever. Like it's broken up into sections.
Yeah.
Like in topics. So, and I wonder, I should be able to search. Anyway, I don't think it. Oh, see, there you go. True Ma. I don't know if y'all spell it any or have a different, because I know spellings is and kind of an orthographic. Yeah, but here's true.
Yeah, it's like that. Ma, yeah, Kiama.
All right. So, and then you said that I don't even know if the council.
Kiama.
Is
the whole phrase. Kiama, Kia, and then Ma.
Council is KOUNCIL. CIL at the end.
Yeah, that's other council. No, it's not on here. Yeah, this one isn't going to be exhaustive, and it's only 53 pages.
Oh, okay.
So it's not a deep dictionary. But but this is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know who I was having the conversation with earlier, and the other brother who called in or who jumped in, and he was saying, where do you find, information from, right? And part of it, I told him that, you had to kind of look and go to libraries. You kind of got to look at the bibliographies, but then also you have to build relationships with folks because they'll be able to feed you information for which you can kind of build off. And this is one of the reasons why I say it's important to have conversations with continental Africans, because they're running around with histories and with terms and ideas here that, may connect as far back as ancient Egypt. But now, our guest here has an interest in linguistics, but everyone else is just living their life and won't even know it, that this may, correlate to this and that. And this is why just having these conversations with ordinary citizens is very important. But yeah, so I'm going to have to definitely write that down and look into that, because that's even because that's the kind of stuff that I'm looking for is more so. Did someone just jump off? I think Lionel just jumped off. Let me stop sharing. It's more so like I was having this conversation with Dr. Keita, and he was asking me about certain words, certain cultural words that from the Nilotic folks and kind of close in the area, and to see if there was any kind of connections. And and I would tell him that it's one thing that they have the same concept, but what I look for is the exact match from a strong linguistic perspective. But that's just the first stage. The second stage, what I'm looking for is, are the people that are using, that have the cognate term, are they using it in a similar fashion that it may help to explain certain behaviors and attitudes in ancient Egypt in terms of survivals in its modern sense? Like, are they using? So that's why the question, like I brought, it's not enough just simply having the same word for true, but it's even more intriguing if it is a part of a social steering, kind of governing, paradigm, as it is among the Collagen. And so it's the same thing amongst the Zulu. It's the same thing amongst the Bakongo people, in terms of their cognate with the term. And I'm definitely looking in other areas, because if we find that it's used in a similar fashion, then this provides evidence that this was the case in the proto language and the proto culture, and that what you're seeing, for example, if we determine that it is cognate amongst the Kikuyu, that is inherited amongst them, and this is how they express it, and it's inherited amongst the ancient Egyptians, and this is how they expressed it. It's inherited, amongst the Bakongo and the Amazulu, and this is how they expressed it. And so this would be truly be a Pan-African governing, saying social construct for which, we can highlight and promote, as part of that heritage. And so, you giving me something to investigate, and I do appreciate even that little tidbit and to go. But I'm definitely, if you send me an email again with that subject, I'll make sure that I send you his dissertation, because the books that he published, he may have added some more stuff to it, but they're essentially his PhD dissertation broken up into 2 books. So if you had the PhD dissertation, you got his essential arguments, and proofs. But anything else?
Yeah. So the other word which I realized has could have a relation is the word for I.
Okay.
Yep. So in a community, for when you say I, we say rido.
Rito.
Ritho, yeah, Ritho. That's the word for I.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and when you look at other Bantu languages, it's close. It's very close to other Bantu languages. We have people saying Iso, Liso, or something. Yeah, Ritho. So there was a day I was researching the word for I in ancient Egypt. And I saw that it is RT. I know they only used it's IRT. That's the word I saw on the internet. I can't remember the site, but that's the word I saw.
Yeah, that.
As you can see, the word Rido has an R and a T. So that's just one of the.
All right.
So
what it looks like.
Relation.
So as I can see here, it looks like, because how should I say, the singular for an I is
Rito,
right?
Yeah, Rito. Yeah.
But the plural is ma'ito.
Yeah.
So it would show that the root is the ITHO.
Yes. Okay.
For the word for I. Now it's again, so this is why it would be, important to, because again, you speak the language, so I don't. So I don't know what the roots are in the language and why the R is dropped for ma to be plural. So my first instinct is to say that the root is etho. Now it could still be the case that it is cognate, because the R in world languages can become I, and so but the I guess the question would be, how should I say, because more than likely, if this is the case, it may, like, I know a linguist would say, even if this was close to the word for I in ancient Egyptian, that more than likely it's a borrowing, because the T is a suffix in ancient Egyptian, and because it comes from a root meaning to see. So we would have to look for example, let me see if there's other. So we have Injireri, cast an eye, no. Rakuria, no, open eyes wide, no. Eyelashes. Rethorn, there we go. Injireri. Right. So now let's look up the word for see. See now.
Shodere is like to peep.
So I'm wondering, because I'm noticing a pattern of this, even in the other word. But so I'm wondering if, what this would be, if it's anything. So that, I mean, there's definitely some work.
Yeah.
See, now you have this. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Honor is the verb for see. For seeing something, honor is the verb.
Because there is another word for I that looks more like this in ancient Egyptian, but that may it's possible to argue that that's actually a Semitic word for I that was brought into Egyptian.
Yeah.
But you see this. So like what I'm noticing, like even this concept of like to ira, to judge, because usually words for the judge means to kind of like discern. But I'm seeing this ria, so this is the word for seek. But notice, like, this is kutheria, like to see.
Shodereria.
Sure, I can't say it.
Shodereria. Yeah, the C is sh.
So the C is the sh.
Yes, U is shodereria.
Shoteria.
Shodereria. Yeah.
Yeah,
Shoteria. But it's
shodereria.
ear.
Yeah.
You know, it's area. Ear.
Yeah, area. So the I with the, what do you call it? At the top is A. Shodereria.
area. Shoteria.
Yeah.
Shoteria. But in what you were flashing, Asar, I saw ear, eerie or area, area.
That's what
That's
I'm
kind of
saying. That's what I'm seeing in terms of a repeat, and I wonder. See, like in this here to seek. So like is this a root? Is like to a prefix?
to area.
All right.
But now notice in Egyptian, go back to that one. You had with an M. Start with an M. Yeah. Murat.
Yeah, Muradi is like a seer. Yeah, it's a seer.
Okay. But even in Egyptian, to see is ma'ah. Like, to see, which is different than the eye to see. So ear.
Yeah, so for the word for overseer, let me just interrupt for a moment. The word for seer, you can go back to seer, overseer. Yeah, there's an article I was reading where someone was trying to deconstruct Kikuyu and maybe some ancient links to ancient Egypt. The word for Murad, this one says Muradi. And he in his what do I say? In his opinion, Muradi, he deconstructed this word to mean the one who visits the stars. So he connected those seers to ones who maybe studied the stars and did some astrology in order to also know the future or something. Because Moradi translates to someone who goes to the stars or sun, something like that.
So it's not, does it relate to somebody in charge or something? Like to be?
No.
Oh,
but
okay.
You got to also notice that, like, you notice these are all people, right? Like a person. So like, you also have that Bantu prefix of mu.
Yeah.
That you got to consider. So like for this, we would assume that the root is actually this.
Yes. And so the elder was actually, you see the word Ra and then the. So he deconstructed it to mean Ra, to mean like the sun, and then the, like to go. That was his idea. The one
I would
who
have
goes,
to see. I'm wondering if this Athi is related to this Athi.
No, it's not. It's not.
It's not,
because the one for Athi in Lord or Master is derived from the word Ava. Gwada is like to rule over. So Moabi is the one who rules over.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with hunters here. This is a totally different word.
Yeah.
All right.
Moabi.
So I do not claim to know this language. This is I have the. Now I know this word here because this is in Chiluba as well. Munene, nene is like this root here has to deal with like bigness and and the like. So and Tumumu, Omuntumumu,
Kaburu.
And Tungu, British, a courageous man, Jamba.
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 I'm gonna have to learn that one for full. Can you pronounce that one?
Kirimo.
Kirimo. All right.
Kirimo.
All right. I'm gonna have to write that one down.
One of my bad things, I'm from the South in the United States, and I'm country, and pronouncing a lot of these African words, I elongate, all the vowels, and so you hear is Kirimu, I'd be like Kirimu, like I just mess it up.
It's also fine, but you've added an accent to it. But Kerimo, yeah.
I have a quick question for Karobia. So did you say that to go is it the in Kikuyu?
Yeah, to go is die.
Die. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Because I know that in Doluo we say they for go. So I don't know if it's related in some way where it's borrowed from what or whatever. So that was actually interesting listening to. So I might actually look into
in Luo.
Right.
Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
I'm trying to see if they got. Well, I know this is a borrowing. This from the Maasai. This word for God.
Yes.
Ngai.
Yeah, it would be Nkai for in Maasai.
Yeah. Kwangoma.
Yeah, and I have a question.
All right.
Could that word be related to the word Enki in was it Sumeria?
I've suspected that before, but I haven't done my due diligence.
Okay.
And because I know, like in Maasai, the like the E before it's like a feminine prefix, and like I forgot what the Kai stands, because I know that the Anki in Sumerian has to deal with the sky and the heavens, but it's not necessarily.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In Kikuyu, the word Ngai doesn't really mean the sky, but Ngai is associated with the sky, living in the sky.
So hold on. Matter of fact, let me just. I can pull up that PSD. Boom. That key. God. Oh, they give me dinger.
Yeah. Divine.
Nope. Dang, how you not going to give me
go up? They don't have go by itself, I guess. Go back.
Oh, you're looking at the.
Go home. Inoka. Go up. Bada. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
The I with the curve is pronounced like you said an A.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. My little sister said it's die or something.
The in the Luo. The yeah. So yeah.
How would you spell it in Luo?
It would be DHI.
Oh, DHI. Okay. D. It sounds the same. The way both of you all are saying it sounds the same, even though it's spelled different.
Yeah. I noticed what is good with the Kikuyu is that they've definitely had because the problem with Doluo is we don't graphically we don't represent all the different accentuations. We haven't organized that yet, but with the Kikuyu language, they definitely have organized that. That's why you see the little dark red mark, so you know exactly all the little pronunciations. So when you read Doluo, sometimes it's just written the same, but it's pronounced differently. So that will not be graphically represented.
Yeah, I'm trying to, because it from a linguistic standpoint, it could So like for example, you have this word in Egyptian. Let me go to my banners real quick. And all right, and show that. Like that's a word in Egyptian, to go astray, to transgress, to damage. But it more than likely comes from a root meaning to go or to walk the wrong path. So like even the concept of ma'at itself, the word for truth is actually diachronically is a word for foot or leg, and then from there it goes from meaning to go forward, to move, to walk, to go on a journey along the right path. So the concept of truth is walking the right path. That's ultimately where ma'at comes from, diachronically, historically speaking. And so, what we would consider sin or whatnot would still have the same semantic correlation. It still comes from a word meaning to walk, but is to go astray, is to walk off path. And so, I would wonder if this term is related to this term here. And so you can see that if it is so, let's just hypothetically assume so, that the Gikuyu kept the more traditional understanding, and then this version in ancient Egyptian has a different, more nuanced definition. But who knows? But that's more investigation would be needed from there.
So in Kikuyu, the word literally, which means to go to destroy, is vokia.
To destroy. Let's see if I can find that. See how you spell that. Nope. Let me put in damage. And that's another thing you gotta kind of master as a person looking for terms. It's to master synonyms in your search.
Synonym is your best friend in these situations.
Break, maybe break.
Gukia.
No,
that's daybreak.
That is daybreak. Okay, that is daybreak.
So this is break.
Yeah, this is the verb. The verb for break. To break something, nekuna is una.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just una for the break. I tried destroy, or it could be to rot. And this is a semantic thing that I've come to realize, that even the word to rot comes from a root meaning to destroy or to deteriorate.
Yeah, it's the same, because to rot we say doka. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
See.
So you see, doka for rot is related to dokia for damage something.
I wonder, hold on, what's this here? Either wives or brothers. Because I know the collagen have a similar word, but this, you can tell this is different because of the mu. I wonder the Eru. But I wonder.
Wives of brothers. I don't think that's the correct translation, because as I know it, Muiru means helper, like wife helper. This is like the second wife is called by the first wife Muiru, my helper.
All right.
Muiru.
No. So no, that didn't work. I guess we just go down the verbs.
Side.
What do you say?
No, I said on the streets they would call that a side chick.
I need some side
Yeah.
chick.
But the
But
side
it
chick
is
on the streets doesn't help. but
Oh, right.
but in the
Yeah.
other sense, it's a helper though.
Yeah. I got too much stuff open. Close Martin Banal now. So this is a different book here, and this is what language is this? This is Kirundi. That's
Oh.
another one.
For a moment, I thought it was Kikuyu because I could see some related ones.
Yeah, you're gonna. Can I search this? So let's look at. Let me see. True. Uhamia Omia. To declare that certain thing is true witness. No, so let me put truth. The user. Let's hide the truth. Kujichagulia. Kimbukiru. Yakuru. Truthful person. What'd you say?
No, I was just trying to pronounce that.
Yeah.
Munkar Nyaku. Nyaku.
Yeah, it takes a lot. Ukuri, no plural, true.
Ukuri.
Yeah.
Ukuri. Go ahead and use that.
I was just repeating that.
Kimbukira.
Yeah, man, this is see now I gotta see I got too much stuff to do already. See, y'all giving me most stuff. This is why
Look up the word sun.
the word for say it again.
The word for sun, the sun.
Sound.
The sun.
Sun, S-U-N.
The sun.
Yeah.
Kumia. Sunday. Riua, yep. Ra. Because Ra is really spelled like
Ryu, isn't it?
Well, see, here's the thing. Let me delete that.
Rioa. The U with the curve over it is pronounced like a O almost.
Yeah, Riowa.
Riowa.
Let me blow that up just a little bit more so folks can see.
And that's Raul.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So this is sun in ancient Egyptian. Most you'll find a few dictionaries that keep the W, but most don't. But even still, like in let me see if I can pull up because I think they have some because it may be Ria. Like in the later times. So let me delete that and rewrite this. So Ra, sun, and I know it's pronounced Ray in some instances, and I think Ria in others. All right. So what I'm going to do, I need to pull up Pust.
It's phonology where he breaks
Yeah. So let me. And dang, is it going to be in my linguistics folder, or is it going to be in my Nile Valley folder? Let me try Nile Valley first. Toponymy note. Meroitic, Tekken, Hieratic, ancient notes, nope. Okay, so let's go to my linguistics folder. And
what's the word? While you doing that, what's the Kikuyu word for day?
Day. Viko.
Diko, okay.
Yeah, Viko to mean like that day, on that day.
Mm-hmm. But how about like day?
Modenya
like
means daytime. Modenya is daytime. Yeah, daytime.
Mm-hmm. Diku is days. Uteri,
okay.
utuku, night.
Because in Egyptian,
So, well,
day
this would have to be a suffix, because you see the same ending in both day and night.
Yeah. In Kiswahili is siku. Siku. The word for day is siku.
Siku.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So this is days in the plural.
And the word for night is usiku. Yeah. So yeah, ku. You're right. Ku is a suffix.
Yeah.
Isuku. Suku.
Usiku. Yeah, usiku and siku.
Okay.
For
So
in Kiswahili.
here's daytime, and then daybreak, gukia, and then days, diku.
Yeah.
Oh, that's daybreak. My bad. Daybreak.
Is gukia.
Hold on. Let me do this. So this is Puce's book. Let me see if I know I can search this, but how would I search this?
Monographen zur ägyptischen Sprache.
Let me just do the sign because I'll pull up every goddamn thing under the. Let's see what is that disputed. So yeah, here's Ray. Well, this is Coptic. Fayumic Ray. Their son. But there's a
E10.
See, by the time Coptic is just R, and this is a type of E in Coptic. But note that this, see what's unique about this is that this interchanges with D and Z.
Yes.
So when you're saying son, or at least in the early days, it's more like Raz, Ras.
Because the word, some people say zuva for the sun. While you say riwa, some people say zuva. So the Z and the R, as you say, also interchangeable in this case.
See, in Sahidic, this is Re, but in this is Akmimic, Ri. So it's similar. Well, now I got to go back to sun. Yeah. So I'm wondering. King text, uniform texts with the I and E rather than with the U. Okay, I know what you're talking about there. All right. So yeah, here, see New Kingdom inscriptions, Re or Ria, a variant of Ra, Sun, Re. See? Now, it's just the difference would be the U in the Kikuyu, like to explain that. But for me, that could possibly be explained by the fact that, again, because Bantu languages preserve the older forms, and so this W suffix here is possible that was integrated. But as I said, for Ra in later periods, it was Re or Ria, and I'm sorry. So you can kind of see that being argued here in terms of New Kingdom transcription. So let's see what it is. Yeah. I was trying to see if he had like I guess that was it, the cuneiform. But I've seen
on page
I'm sorry.
On page 62 of Antonio Lopriano, you have his phonology handy.
Yeah, I have to.
On page 62, he reconstructs it as Ria. Ria and Ryu.
Let me do that. Of course, when I search Lopriano, everybody cites Lopriano. So all these other documents.
It's page 62.
So there's that.
Right there, we has the sun.
Yeah.
Ria, and then commonly assumed Ryu.
Yeah. And so, like that same W that you see, like in her Heru, for sun is present for Ra, but the showing of Ra with the W is rare. But you know, in my linguistic analysis, the word Aten and the word Ra are the same word, just from two different ancestral dialects. Now, what I would really need to see is the word for to shine. Kinga. See, this is the more ancestral form here. Kinga. Because this
Ukega.
Kanga.
Yeah, Ukega. But there's also another word for to shine. Nyaga is something which is shine. Like the Mount Kenya is usually called Munenyaga, and it's the translation is the mountain of brightness. So Nyaga also means like to shine.
Ingi.
Yeah,
that's brightness.
Yeah, that is brightness. But Nyaga can also mean brightness because, well, people argue because our name for Mount Kenya is Kire Nyaga. Kire Nyaga means it has brightness. But some people say because Nyaga also means ostrich. Some people say it's arguable. Some people say it's mountain of ostrich or something. But Kire Nyaga means mountain which has brightness.
That makes more sense because of the snow caps.
Yeah, because of the snow.
Already.
The word that you're saying is that the word that you're pronouncing is that where we get the word and pronunciation Kenya?
The word for Kenya is usually a conspiracy theory. Nobody really knows where the word Kenya came from because
I have a book, but it's in my car. That is
sometimes.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go on.
No, I'm just saying I have a book in my car on African toponyms, and it has a section on it that deals with that word Kenya. I forgot what he proposed, but you know I may go get it. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, so the meaning of Kenya is usually subject to conspiracy theories and speculation because some people associate it. You know, our first president is called Kenyatta.
Mhm.
So some people say it's Kenyatta who coined that term so that it can be near to it can be near to his name. But some people say it's related to the word Kirinyaga, which so some people say the white man couldn't say the word Kirinyaga, so he was like said Kenya. So but
Oh, right,
all
right.
that is
Kirinyaga.
speculation. All that is speculation. So nobody can really
Yeah,
say they know.
I think the one with the mispronunciation could be closer because the one for the president, because I do know that it was the Kenya part was already used even before Kenyatta was in the picture, so that wouldn't that would invalidate the other theory with the president trying to it would be the other way around, the president designing his name after the country in that sense.
No. Kenyatta got his name from Kenyatta is a Maasai name. You know Kenyatta had some Maasai relatives. So the word Kenyatta in Maasai is like is a decoration, something for decoration. Is an ornament. So
Probably.
Kenyatta is not really his name. It was like a name he gave himself.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the word for Kenyatta, he got it from Kenyatta, from the Maasai word for an ornament.
Kirinyaga, it was. What does that mean again?
Kirinyaga means the Mount
Kirinyaga?
Mount Kenya. Yeah.
Right.
Kirinyaga.
Kirinyaga. So
All right, hold on. I'm going to. I hope I still have it in the car. I'm gonna go get that book, and
Okay,
I'm gonna be right back. But y'all continue talking, and welcome to the conversation, brother Nkoma the Jed. Back to the conversation. So I'll be right back.
I don't know.
Kirinyaga. Hotep.
Yeah.
No, I was just saying that's more plausible to me. But I was asking, what does it mean? I know it's used for Mount Kenya, but what is it? What is the literal meaning of Kirinyaga?
Kire means it has. Kire, it possesses.
Okay, it has or possess.
Nyaga means brightness.
Oh, right. Okay, that's what you were saying at first. Right. See, that makes more sense because of the brightness of the tops. Obviously.
Yeah, and then bright and white, like in the sash, that would be like hedge. So that would make sense. It could be bright or it could be white, consider white as well.
Yeah, but some people it's still subject to debate among my community, because some people say it's associated with an ostrich, because the word for ostrich is nyaga. It's just the same. So some people it's a fierce debate. Some people say no, it means the mountain of ostrich.
Well,
okay, I see.
Do ostriches live up there?
I mean, yeah, we have ostriches around.
Oh, really? But I'm talking in the on the mountain.
On the mountain, no, I don't really think so. But in the forests nearby the mountain, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, we definitely have ostriches around Lake Nakuru. Then I think that's one of the best places you see. I saw somebody on the chat put that Kenya comes from Kenya. Do you know what Kenya would mean, Karubia?
Kenya.
Yeah.
No. Kenya is to step. Kenya is step in Kikuyu, so I don't really see a correlation. Or to reach. Kenya is reach. Kenya, yeah, to reach.
He said
to step.
They said it's a Kamba word.
Oh, they say it's a Kamba word. I can't really authoritatively say what that means in Kamba, but they can clarify.
Kenyatta is Kenyatta Masai for an ornament on the belt, a belt ornament.
Yeah, I always heard of the word with Kenyatta would be like Kenya, and then Ta, like the light of Kenya and things of that nature. Have you heard that? Have you heard that part of the theorizing?
No, I've never heard of that one.
Okay, I definitely had that one somewhere where it was like the light of Kenya, so it picked and then that name, Kenyatta.
That seems perfect. What do you think?
I don't know really on the name of why he picked the name Kenyatta, because we all know that that's not like his birth name.
His actual name, yeah.
Right, but the where it comes from, it's up for debate, and there's a lot of debate on that one.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that nyaga is used for ostrich, and the color of the ostrich neck is pronounced as white, is bright. So it should double it. I don't think it has to do with the ostrich, the animal, the bird itself. I think it still has to point to the brightness or whiteness of the mountaintops.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that makes more sense.
Yeah, and I'm really sure at the time that the snow was a lot up there. Right now, Mount Kenya doesn't really have a lot of snow, but back then I'm really sure there used to be a lot of snow, and the people could see a lot of snow.
Right. Where's Kilimanjaro at?
Kilimanjaro is in Tanzania, but it's on the border between Tanzania and Kenya. But it's in Tanzania, but people in Kenya can see it. People on the border, it's near the border between Kenya and Tanzania, but it's in Tanzania.
Oh, okay. Tanzania.
Yeah.
Bless.
The Chaga people live close there. The Chaga people, and the Chaga people also have they say Ruwa for son, Ruwa, just like the Kikuyu, but they don't have the U, Ruwa.
Oh, rule. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a lot of familiarity with the word sun, and it's to be expected because the sun can be seen and experienced by everybody. And it seems that
Alrighty.
there's some commonality with that. But that's why I was asking, does it double for day? Because I know in the Egyptian, Ra is used for the sun. It's the sun, but it's also used for day along with Heru. But Heru is more so daylight, the actual lightness of the day, where Gere is used for the darkness of the day. You know.
Okay.
Now in collagen, it doesn't survive as a word for sun, but it's in their word for day, it's fossilized. So for their word for day, it is is it on here? It's like Ra'at and Ra'ni. Like today is like Ra'ni, and today and this day is Ra'at, and it's like this sun, but it's now fossilized. So if they want to say sun now, then it's that word Asis. And Asista, I mean Asista, and Asis is the word for God itself.
In Kalenjin?
For the Kalenjin, yes.
Yes.
But this is the book that I was talking about. I don't know if y'all can kind of see. It's
African place names. Yeah, origins of African place names.
Yeah, and Veben Ngo, he's out of Cameroon, a cartographer. So I'm gonna see what he argues. So let me see if in the back of the book, if the word Kenya is in here, because Lord knows. And I am one of the people that have to say my ABCs in order to find stuff. Oh, wow. So, yeah, there's a whole bunch. So, let me go to 8. I doubt it's on. Let me go to 29.
Sooner or later, we're gonna have to start doing a language check-in. Everybody's speaking everybody's native language. So we got Boom in the chat. I forgot his native language. We have Inyungu, Yamawe, and we have Karobia, excuse me, online. Emiket. Everybody's representing a particular language. That's nice. You have to start calling them out now. We have to do roll call, language roll call.
Basically.
I saw Nyugu put on the chat that okay, so the Kenya is Kamba for the mountain itself. So and then Kirinyaga is for the in Kikuyu. So but they all point to the mountain, and obviously the mountain is the mountain and the country have a similar name in that sense. So probably points to the mountain. The closest we have is like something pointing to that mountain. And we know that African names, place names are usually, something geographical, a description of a geographical location. Even within Kenya itself, even Nairobi itself is, it describes the place itself as it used to be back in the day and all that place and all that.
Now,
UPS.
Now this see, now I have to, I wish that he was a historical comparative linguist. This would have actually made this actually a whole lot better. So I still have to follow up behind him, but this is just a source, at least a starting point for arguments for certain African place names. So y'all can, I'm pretty sure y'all can understand why I even have this book. If you've been following this channel for any length of time. But on page 149, he states the following: some Kenyan place names were European mishearing and documentation of African names. Such was the case with Kenya. That is a region for the nation state. This is what a Kenyan scholar recorded. Quote, when the first Europeans came to explore these highlands, they saw a beautiful snow-capped mountain rising up from the low hills high into the cloud-filled blue skies. They asked my people what it was called in their language, and they were told that it was Kirinyaga, which means white stripes. And I know I'm saying it wrong, so I'm country. So, but it's spelled Kere, and then it has a dash, Nyaga. So Kirinyaga, which meant white stripes. The word was strange to their ears, and some of our people pronounce it. And as some of our people pronounce it, it sounded to the Europeans like Kenya. So in the geography books, it is Kenya, but we still call it Kirinyaga. So Kirinyaga or Kenya should be translated as snow-capped or white mountain. Prior to this, the Arabs in around 4000 BC called the area of the present-day Kenya Zinj, which stands for Land of Black People. In another case, in what was to become Belgian Congo, Henry M. Stanley, we earlier saw recorded misheard place names, and they have been rectified up to this day. Then it goes into something else. But so that's another argument to add to the million.
If I can add,
I'm sorry.
If I could add, it's called Mount Kenya, and as you know, the Europeans usually came and they give places names. So the word Mount Kenya is a European word, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mount Kenya, like that, just like the way you have like Victoria or something. So that means Kenya is related to Kirinyaga. The Kenya in Mount Kenya is related to Kirinyaga, but now the British will say Kenya instead of Kirinyaga. Yeah, so it makes complete sense. It makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely. Like even Nairobi, is called, I think has Nyorobi, like in Maasai. But then, when it comes to the pronunciation, then they would name, because obviously the colonizers were naming the places. So some of them, they gave it their completely, European names like Lake Victoria. But then other places, they had what was being said, but obviously in the pronunciations, like how you have, we can say with Sir, and somebody with the Greek will say Osiris. So they will say Nairobi, instead of Nairobi, and that sticks.
Yes.
What does your Nairobi mean? Nairobi.
So the Maasai named the place, I think, is Enkari Nairobi, and that would be like a place of cool waters, because it had cool waters back then. So that was how the location looked like.
Yeah.
Hold on. Do we set our clocks back? Or
No, it's 3:21. You're not seeing things. It's 3:21 in the morning.
So it moved forward, right?
Yeah, it's spring forward, fall back. Now it will go back in the fall.
Yeah. So I don't know. And the only reason why I'm asking is because I just happen to be checking my memories on Facebook, and I have this meme. Do y'all remember the little Indian kid who I don't know if he made a bomb or they thought he made a bomb. It was like an experiment with a clock. But so somebody made a beam saying, "Don't forget to set your clocks back," and it has his picture on it.
Oh.
And,
we don't do that yet. Let's see,
just,
when do we do that? I think it's November something though. Let's see. I know it's spring forward, fall back. That's how I remember it.
Yeah, so this would yeah, I don't know how that works. But anyway.
November 6th.
So it'll be next Sunday, right?
Yeah, November 6th, yep. Next Sunday.
Yeah, and me good day.
Yep.
Ujamaa are badly missing this issue. What going on?
Oh yeah, no, we're gonna rev it up. We revving it up. We just did a Emicat put together a 30-day challenge, so we're gonna be definitely going in on translations, 30-day challenge.
All right, yeah man. Yeah, I hope the people, nobody in break a stride with no negative vibes and thing. You know what I mean?
Oh no, never that. It's just the nope, never that. People can't comprehend it. I don't lose any sleep over that.
I don't know while I was gone if any of you answered this. I mean, well, if Korobia answered this question, but some Sat12 asked a question: how many Kikuyu speakers are in Kenya? I thought that was in Congo. Never heard of anybody in Kenya speaking that.
I think she had the wrong language because I had posted a link so she could check it out. He or she.
Okay.
Because she spelled Kikuyu differently, and I'm not sure, and she may be looking at a different language, but it's definitely Kenya, and it's 6.6 million as of at least
it's the most populous tribe in Kenya. So that's the most populous tribe. So definitely Kikuyu is Kenyan.
Yeah, this is kind of.
Karobi is like, that's right.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, when it comes to these words, that's why you're going to when you're comparing the words in your language to ancient Egyptian, don't just do your language in ancient Egyptian. Do your language, do something like Kikongo and like some like South African language, isiXhosa, isiZulu, something like that. And so if you find, matching forms in, for example, Kikongo and isiZulu and in your language, then it'll be hard to make an argument that the word is a borrowing from like collagen or Doluo or any other languages, Maasai or something like that that's in the vicinity, because now you're comparing it with other languages that y'all have not been in contact with, and that they haven't been in contact with more specifically. So when you have like if you and these are just languages I'm just picking at random, but they're at a distance. And so you always pick. That's why I choose, for example, when I do my comparisons, I do Chiluba, Kikongo, the Yoruba, and isiZulu, right? And this guarantees that no one can argue. Like if I was to do Dinka language, well, the Dinka right there in the Sudan, and historically they interacted with the ancient Egyptians. So any kind of correspondences that I see there, even if I'm finding, reoccurrent sound meaning correspondences, they can argue, well, that's just a borrowing from ancient Egyptian because they're right there and interacted, but you can't say that about the Baluba and the Bakongo people and the Yoruba, and the Amazulu. Now we can make some arguments for certain oral traditions where certain families have crossed that threshold, but as an entire language, that kind of eliminates that. So if you're seeing a correspondence in these distant languages, related languages to Kikuyu and ancient Egyptian, then you have solid matches. And I ain't gonna say that they ain't gonna argue with you, because they are, just for the sake of arguing, but they can't argue with you, and that's what you want, But yeah, I'm definitely looking into that some more. But yeah, we've been on for almost 6 hours, so I'm pulling a Ujawu and a Garfield tonight. So, but is there any other questions or comments?
I would just like to ask Karobia if because it'll be interesting to work together, and because I know we have another sister that she's learned this session. She speaks she's both Kamba and Kikuyu, and she helps in between sometimes when you need to look things in Kikuyu. But it will be definitely interesting to communicate with you, just to compare certain things at certain times. So I don't know if you're part of the the Seshu group, or if you're on Facebook.
Nope.
Okay, so are you able to put your email on the chat, so maybe we can have a way to communicate with you?
Let me.
Yeah, it should be a private chat on the right hand side that you see. So I'm assuming everybody in the chat must be off tomorrow.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Yes, I can see it. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm already hearing roosters. Somebody in the background has some roosters. It's real early.
Yeah.
I feel that's by me there.
That got to be somebody overseas. Because it's 3:29 here. So
it's 3:29 here, same way.
Right now, I'm in North Philly.
10:30 a.m.
What'd you say?
It's 10:30 a.m. in Kenya.
In the morning.
So I just woke up, hopped onto YouTube, and I saw that you have a live session. So I just jumped in right there.
Indeed. Yeah, I'm trying to do more stuff if I'm doing live in the middle of the day, because then it'll be kind of evening for folks in Africa, but still relatively good for folks in the States. Because I know, like, a lot of times when I do these like late 9:30 shows, most folks overseas are kind of in bed already, so they missed the live session. And 42 tribes, I think, on the West Coast. So yeah, they 3 hours behind. So it's 12:30 there.
And speaking of our conversation earlier about technology, the fact that we're in different time zones in real time, speaking to each other live is amazing. I mean, we couldn't do that before, other than on the phone.
It's revolutionary.
And even then, you had to have three-way.
Yeah.
And we used to play a game where you would call everybody who had three-way, and
set up a conference.
Set up a conference. That's how it was back in the day.
I remember Call ID first came out. Star
Man, that was a game
69,
changer.
Star 67.
Yep.
You guys are old.
He said, "Oh yeah, we remember when they first came out."
But can you
Exactly.
imagine how it was like way before that? If other like how scholars had to do it and communicate with each other, write and then wait and then and if you had to communicate with different kind of people, then you had to get all these writings from all the other people and then inform others what the other person said and all this and then update and all that kind of stuff. So we are definitely blessed.
Yeah.
And that's what people don't realize too. Back in the day, see today there's no excuse not to be multidisciplinary in terms of setting up a team of people in having different areas of focus. But backwards in time, if you're not a part of the information superhighway and you had an on-ramp to get in there on that superhighway of information, you didn't have that multidisciplinary engagement and interactions. Everybody was in their own little circles and stuff like that. So that kind of accounts for that, where now we can improve and cross-pollinate information so we have better quality and checks and balances.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hold on.
So technology, it's like I said, it's a blessing and a curse, because now, then that's the debate about democracy. Because if you think about it, a general democracy, you're allowing the people to make decisions and stuff like that. But if the people are not, if the people, if they haven't gone through a certain rigorous process to even be competent, but yet you're allowing them to make the decisions, then that's the debate. That's the question. Should you do that and this and that? And so that's
I know the early framers, thought it was madness in terms of just a raw, pure democracy. That's why you have a representative.
Exactly.
Because you can't.
And then you have to factor in the propaganda too. You know what I mean? So it our private entities could come and control media and chain up populations into different decisions too.
Yeah. So I saw somewhere that it's just a quote by one of those top philosophers. He said that in order to run a democracy, you need to use propaganda. To run a dictatorship, you must use the bullet. So democracy is, most of them, like in the United States, propaganda plays a huge role.
It playing a huge role because with this conflict what going on in Ukraine, right? I end up seeing it have a great disparison between the two different media streams. Now the Western media stream giving you a whole complete different narrative about the causes and what and who perpetrating what. And then if you listen to the Russian information or other independent streams, it's a whole different picture they painting for you. You understand?
Yeah, that's always been there. Even with Libya, the Libyan conflict with Muammar Gaddafi, Saddam Hussein. It's just a different picture that's painted. But
I just wanted to share this before we left. This is from the professor, I think it's Derek Dalby, in his, in General History of Africa, Book 1. It states, we will also have to wait for the very speakers of these languages, talking about African languages, who have become linguists to attack comparative linguistics in order to elucidate the relationships of multiple languages, neighboring and related or not. And it's interesting that, for those individuals who want to quote unquote lean on the experts, they come to realize that, although they have studied this, in reality, it's going to be the Africans who know their own languages, but who have formerly studied linguistics to come in and contribute and correct, you know, and to be able to see stuff that we can't see. And when linguists such as this does that, you find these pushbacks. But you notice, like, once the Africans come in and start learning and doing the comparative work, that they come up with different outcomes than the than the European linguists who come in. But this is the and I know Brother Lionel jumped off, but you know, this is part of that discussion, and in terms of some of the questions that he had asked earlier, in terms of, you know, how do you know, overturn the mainstream. You know, you got to point out that, you know, there's limitations to being an outsider of the culture and the languages when trying to make certain arguments. And this is why it's important for African linguists, African native speakers, to become linguists and to do attack the comparative linguistics to elucidate the proper relationships, because they have insight that the others don't as native folks. And so it's certain things like these kind of conversations when we're exchanging terms and the like that is missing from a lot of these discourses. And I don't even know what presentation this is.
See, people need to step aside and allow that process to happen. And what I see happening is people are you know, building a dam, preventing that flow of information coming from native speakers who are becoming disciplined in the comparative linguistic work, and not allowing them to do the work.
Exactly.
You know, people are judging books before reading them, can't read them because they're in the other languages. And to me, that's just amazing that's happening. But you just gotta allow the work to happen, you know. But there's a problem there.
Indeed. But
from Mboli to Sambu,
exactly,
to Balolo, Pafuma.
Yeah, Oscar and Pafuma, I'm sorry. Omen Digi, Ababukri Musalam, Babakar Saul. You know, it's a whole list of folks.
All of those people are categorically called fringe, just so they could be dismissive or dismissed, and stick with Joseph Greenberg, JG.
I like what's said in the chat. Don't pick a side, step aside.
Exactly. They need to allow it to happen and learn to discern.
There on that subject of African native linguists, there are lots of them, but most of them, what can I say? They lay low. As in, for example, you can see the article that I've posted on the chat. When you go to the comments, you'll see that there's a lot of participation from Kenyans who participate on the article, because the article is Secrets of an Ancient Migration from Egypt to about Kenya, but it's like a hypothesis. So you can see there's a lot of participation by people who've read the article. So there are a lot of linguists. So I think now the task is to bring them together or something like that.
Yeah, it has to be done more, you know, because there's a lot of folks from the continent. And, you know, when I was first starting out, in my analyses, I would just gravitate to those discussions that were making these quote unquote connections. However, the more and more I got educated in terms of the process and started doing the experimentation myself, the more I realized that a lot of these conversations were not done very systematically, and that's what needs to happen more, so to learn how to do something systematically, to, like, as a scientist, you're always looking to eliminate hypotheses. Like, if it's possible that it could be this reason, and it's possible it could be this reason, and it's possible it can be this reason, you need to do experiments that eliminate all the hypotheses, but only one of them stands the test or whatnot and survives that rigorous process. And that's the direction that you go. And too many times, that's why the Greenberg method is so problematic, is because they're looking for words that look alike, right? And in languages, like, I had a conversation with the community, and I called it Solving for X, right? And I was showing how, certain words would not, look the same in a related language. Like, and this is a good one that I'm gonna show here of, the Yoruba language. And right. So if we was to see what him further again to repeat, and him, verb associated with curing an illness, if you was just to randomly look at these Yoruba words, like tune, again, once more, time, to heal, to cure, right? You wouldn't automatically think that they're related. But because when you do the experiment, one is an accident, two correspondences is a coincidence, three is a pattern. And then you can do it two more times in the set. This is, you have eliminated chance as a plausible explanation for the correspondences you see here. So you have the dotted H, and then you have the T, and then you have M, and then you have the N. And so when you're looking at, two related languages, the words don't have to look alike. And matter of fact, when they don't look alike, that's when that's a very strong indicator that these are related, because you couldn't say that the Yoruba borrowed from the ancient Egyptians and the ancient Egyptians borrowed from the Yoruba, because when you borrow it, you're going to borrow it in the same form as you find it in the donor language, right? If you're the receiving language. And so that's the kind of stuff that we gotta, consider, when we're having these discussions.
Yeah.
But I see Brother Ujamaa is left, and we got about 24, 25 people still rocking with us. But yeah, it's going on. It's surpassed 6 hours in 15 minutes since we've been on this mug. So I am going to end this conversation so that y'all can get some rest, for y'all that's not working overnight and just wasting time on the computer. And but I will, give you all the last word. So I'll start with Karobia, Sister Emiket, and then end with Brother Ankoma the Jed. Any final words that you want to leave with the people?
Yeah, so I'm really excited to have joined this session. I hope I will join the other sessions. Yeah, and Sister Emiket, you're going to send me some link on email?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. So as Asar, as you were talking, I could hear some linguistic jargon which I'm not familiar with, so I'll have to familiarize myself with that too. So,
Indeed.
yeah, it's a journey. It's a journey. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Sister Emiket?
Yes, so I would just like to say dua and gratitude for allowing me to participate on the panel. And I did listen to the parts of the session, but I will definitely go back and listen to. And also just since Karubi, I believe this is the first time, and you were interested in some of the linguistic jargon that as I was saying, I would like to just offer you just, if you go to asarimhotep's website, I'll put it in the chat on YouTube also for others to check it out, so you can check it out, because he has different books that he has written on doing comparative works, and that are kind of like meant for also just a novice to understand a little bit, even though it's a little technical, but it can be understandable. And he also has a linguistic introduction to a linguistic course on his website, so I'll put that, if that definitely, and I think that would definitely interest you. So I would just like to end it there.
Thank you. Brother Ankoma?
Yeah. Give thanks for the lesson, I always enjoy to see you when you come live and teaching. And I want to ask, what's the update with your forthcoming text?
Well, it's still being worked on, and I'm going to how should I say, the actual publishing date is still up in the air, only because I will have to wait on a response once I turn it in, because I'm actually writing a journal article, a reduced one. I've written one before, but it was too long, so I'm writing a reduced one and resending it, and hopefully it gets published in this particular journal, and then once that is released, then I'm going to release this text, because I don't want to have, they in academia, they kind of like frown upon the idea of publishing, like a text and then trying to write a journal article based upon your larger text that has already been published. And so what they'll consider it is, self-plagiarism, right? So, but it's different if, like, you have the journal article first, and then after you have a more expansive text that includes some of your findings that was in the journal article. And so that's how I'm moving. So the journal article first, then the release of the text. So that's why I'm giving it to like March or April, for this. But even still, this will be going through in that process a peer review from other scholars in the field, in linguistics and in Egyptology. So definitely 2023, but more than likely at the end of the first quarter.
All right, man. Respect. Well, you don't know I'm making a move there. Give thanks for the lesson, and bless everybody on the panel still, Respect.
Indeed. And thanks to Brother Ujamaa, who came on earlier. And with that said, I wish y'all a good night or a good day. If it's daytime already where you at. And
It's
I will see y'all next time. Peace.
Thanks, man. Thanks.